So before we get started, I don't know who all has met Claire before, but I would like to introduce everyone to Claire. She's going to be playing Drock.
Claire
She's
related to JP.
Claire is
In
not
no
related.
way
to JP.
whatsoever.
Amen.
Well, I mean, fair question, because I want to say that the girl's name is Claire. Now that you're bringing it up, the girl that
JP's.
played, yeah, her name might have been Claire.
Oh, the one who played the Beholder.
Yeah,
Oh, she was nice.
she was nice. But anyways, so Claire's been doing a bunch of random gaming stuff with me for a few years and played in the anthology game. She was the one that sort of was the one trying to figure out everything that's going on in the anthology game where they were playing like 100+ years ago in the Reach. So she's going to be trying out. She's not played anything that's higher level 4E. And since I knew we were going to be getting into a combat at the beginning of session today, I reached out and I was like, "Hey, do you want to see what it's like to sort of play around with high level 4E stuff?" Because she really likes Pathfinder 2nd Edition, and there's definitely an overlap in the itch that gets scratched from the tactical, buildy, cool stuff, combat stuff in Pathfinder 2nd Edition and D&D 4th Edition. So
Yeah, the way our conversations usually work is I say, I really like this thing about Pathfinder 2nd Edition. And then Gary says, guess what? They had that in 4th Edition, but it was called this instead.
Wasn't Pathfinder literally an offshoot of
Oh,
4th edition?
absolutely.
After 5th
3.5,
edition?
yes.
Yeah,
Or
so
whatever,
Paizo wrote very popular adventure paths for 3.5, and then when 4th edition was published, not under the OGL, it kind of forced Pathfinder to innovate or stop publishing D&D games, and especially since there was a lot of player base backlash to 4th edition, Pathfinder 1st edition's niche was basically being, so I heard you like 3.5. What if there were more rules?
True. OGL, for those who don't know, is the open game license. It's what allows third-party materials to be created and sold for a particular TTRPG.
Yep.
Yeah.
And 4th edition was under the GSL, the Game Services License, I think is what's called, which was horrible. And interestingly, when Pathfinder 2nd came out, one, there was a shitload of people that lost their minds because part of the supposed appeal of Pathfinder was that there was never going to be a 2nd edition because it was going to be an evergreen edition, but that's not how places actually make currency. So in the playtest for 2nd edition, there was a pretty big Lancer / 4th edition fan base inside of it that really heavily pushed for quite a bit of 4E design stuff, including one of the big authors of 4th edition that did a ton of stuff in the playtest, and I think did a decent amount of stuff for the main, it's not called the Dungeon Master's Guide, but the main rule book for 2nd edition Pathfinder. So yeah, she's going to be playing Drock, and I guess we'll try to go ahead and hop into it for today.
It confused me today when I was reading Discord notifications and I saw quote Drock and quote reply to something. I was like, wait a minute, that's not his profile picture.
And he could change it, but no, that's not JP.
You changed, Drock, and not for the better.
So beginning of every session, we always start the same way. It's where did we start game last time? So what happened at the beginning of session, and then we'll go up to the point where I'm asking for initiative to roll, and then we'll hop into game.
We flew into the Crystal Sea. I know you hate it when I call it that. That's why I do it.
It doesn't bother me until there's someone new that is getting introduced to the setting.
Well, it's only embarrassing because it's very obviously a butthole. Like, you should know that anatomy a little bit better, Foxy.
I'm blind.
Get a hand mirror.
Can I do a Sam Zesty moment?
How often do you use being blind? This is gonna sound so wrong, but how often do you use blind as
You
an
can stop in the
excuse?
middle.
Look, we shit talked in
A
person. You're
legitimate
allowed
excuse, I suppose.
to. Yeah, we shit talked each other in person, so you're allowed to make blind jokes now. I give you your blind card. So, how often do I use it as a legitimate excuse? Almost never. How often do I use it as a fake excuse? All the time.
Incredible.
As it should be. So yeah, what are you guys doing? Someone get us started off.
Okay, we flew into the Crystal Cave, and we found a pool of like white milky acid that was like ate through a ladle.
Mhm.
And I asked the helm what it was, and it said these were the instruments of our destruction. The pool was what broke their physical bodies. The Nera was what broke their connection to the planes. And the will to and I lost the wording on that one, but it was like the will to make it permanent, so they couldn't recover, they couldn't come back.
The will was to make it specific against them.
Yes.
So you fly in. There's this huge stalagmite at the bottom. You go and look around a little bit at the large lake of acid and ground bone. And then what?
We did a ritual on a skull,
Yes.
so we were
Yeah.
able to see the battle that happened in this room.
I mean, it wasn't much
Or
of a.
the aftermath of the battle when they were
The massacre.
Yeah,
summarily
massacre.
executing everyone.
Right.
Correct. So there is at the bottom of the stalagmite, there are all these skulls and things worked into this sort of fortress thing hidden underneath the crystals.
But also we
Mhm.
learned that like the skulls, like we wouldn't be able to recover the bodies, but they're not actually like permanently dead. They're just stuck in the moment of their physical death permanently and are unable to rebind to a symbiote.
Mm-hmm.
The shard mines, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Share minds are. So you guys spent some time looking at that, got some looking back at the Ellen execution of the big skull that you got, and then you came to a door.
Oh, I actually have a quick clarification question about that.
Sure.
Because our viewpoint character for that ritual was standing in a circle
Mhm.
around this like Eladrin that was changing shapes while impaled on this Christmas tree of glass.
Mhm.
Were there many of those circles where there were many Eladrin being impaled, or was this just one circle?
So there were many different circles. It was not clear that the other circles were also Eladrin, but everything that was in the circle you were in was Eladrin. So there was
Okay.
there was the person in the middle that was being rotated on the glass spike, and then whose body was changing form and looking like a bunch of different Eladrin, and then there was a circle of Eladrin being held and sacrificed around the edge of the rim of that little area, and all of those were Eladrin. And you could see in the distance there were other circles, but you don't think the other circles were also Eladrin.
Okay.
Would we have been able to see, were they also facing like a similar ritual of an
Yes.
impaled? Okay.
So you'd see that the overall design of the ritual was the same in different places, but the viewpoint character was not close enough to see much detail about the other circles.
Hmm. Okay.
So, any other questions before we get up to our happy, friendly castle door?
There was like a pulse that the ship sent out looking for other beacons, I think, and that's what
Mhm.
like illuminated all of the skulls in the crystal because it lit up, or the stalagmite.
Mhm.
Yeah, there was something in there, something in the facility, but couldn't see it through the door and through the walls.
So we had a little bit of fun opening the door.
We all took cracks at it and failed until someone, I don't remember who, but someone had the bright idea to like, hey, it's a tiny door and we have a giant ship with weapons.
I think
Yeah.
all of us made a little piece to get to the point of pulling it off rather than like blasting it through the door or through the wall.
Mhm.
And then
So,
Griffel had the amazing natural 20 roll.
so Claire, to clarify what's happening here, the group has a spelljammer. They have a spaceship that can jump through planes. And this spaceship has a bunch of floating weapons platforms that can do all kinds of various and sundry things. They have a very powerful spaceship. Their solution to we can't get through the door was to charge up one of their weapons platforms and just rip that entire side of the building off. Now, they were actually very surgical in their attack, and so they only did basically just grab the door and rip it off the side of the building. But it was sort of the nuclear option of we can't get to this door, fuck it, just
It
rip it off.
really is.
We tried other things first.
Also,
excuse me.
There are plenty of other doors that we couldn't get through. It's just that our ship wasn't able to physically fit near those doors. Whereas here, you're like very clearly, yes, your ship fits in the cave. Okay.
It was also like
Mhm.
the crystal had grown over parts of the hinges, so
Mhm.
you'd have to break the crystal to get the door to physically open.
And the door was full of like quicksilver and
Traps.
other metals.
Yeah.
So
I'm not saying you were wrong to destroy the door. I'm just saying I'm clarifying what actually occurred here for our recap purposes because we used the ship to take off the door. It doesn't really convey the amount of violence involved in that activity.
look, Claire
one
needs to
time-
know that we're not crazy and that we make rational necessary decisions
So
at all
Claire,
times.
one time we decided, there was like a nuclear missile coming towards our ship, and so we modified one of our weapons platforms to like teleport into this realm with this like dude who's like, he's our friend, he's a big guy, he's kind of scary, and everyone keeps telling us he's no good, but he's our friend, so he's fine. We sent a nuke into his like little demi plane and then closed it up and then let it explode. But we kind of had to thread the needle to get it in because the nuke was about the same size as the thing. So if we'd failed, we all would have died.
Played baseball with it.
It all worked out.
It worked fine.
Outfielder.
Only 20 or 30 people got radiation poisoning and died.
That was a separate instance of.
That was honestly their fault.
It was. They chose to invade us. They reaped the consequences.
You're confusing this
Okay.
poor person.
Yeah, sorry. We do make rational decisions.
You
That
know
was
what?
my only point.
We don't need to make rational decisions. We need to hit people.
Wow, you really are made to play drop.
Her role's gonna be good or
How do you
Also,
feel about
I don't know.
murdering? How do you feel about murdering children?
So not that I haven't done it before.
Perfect.
Perfect.
You're
you're a
hired.
great candidate, yeah.
It's the best drop.
And welcome to Raytheon Technologies.
Hey,
Listen,
that's
all
where I
I'm
live.
saying is certain play environments lead you to not think twice before you fireball a whole room full of civilians.
Okay, but what if we did think twice about killing the child thing?
And did it anyway. Actually, what if we thought like, so the problem with the child was like we actually committed to saving her and then like had organized all this stuff to protect her and then came back like 2 in-game months later and was like, oh shit, we actually kind of have to kill her.
Oh, this was the baby moment, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
The
Yeah.
baby
This was
moment.
the, what was the phrase? It was like, I brought you a present. Or it was like, you need to unwrap the present, but the present is a baby or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was something in that neighborhood.
Anyways.
Anyway.
Yes, no, I'm here to murder in the service of Jock.
Jock
Perfect.
approves.
So we rip off the door, we go inside. What's inside of this place? Like, what is this place?
Well, it's not. I don't. It's not clear to me what exactly this place is. Although that we have lots of things, but we did quickly find the little corporate office building map of the structure.
Mhm.
And level 3 out of 7 is not authorized, so we went there first.
As you do.
Yes. And that is this portion where Drock's character token is in the lower right. And it seems to be a beacon making facility. And I think we're all pretty sure that beacons are the remains of wild creatures that have been implanted in these things. Because we opened one up and there was a little shard of blue ice.
You cracked open one of the beacons, and there's a bunch of components to it, but the short version is there's a bunch of anti-fey components, Quicksilver and Cold Iron, and in the middle of it there was this large shard of ice.
Did these beacons or these structures look similar to what was containing the seed on Prosperity?
Mm.
The casing looks similar, yes. It
Okay.
doesn't really look like the beacon, but it's sort of the same architecture, same
Because
like
there was like a surface on the seed that like melted off.
It was in like a spiky iron ball, I think, but then it had like dirty water in with it.
correct. It had stagnant water. It was this disgusting case around it. But yes, there was a big spiky ball around it.
Okay.
And the ball around it does look like a variation on a beacon containment unit.
Sorry, that was another clarification question that I thought of out of session.
No,
All
that's a
good?
good one. Did would I have like I guess seeing these, would I have thought of like the water in a different way? Or like did it truly just seem like water?
I mean, the interior of these things also had water in them as well. So, because there was the water is around the little disc, and inside of the disc there's a like a trough full of Quicksilver, and then the thing is sitting in the trough full of Quicksilver. So
Okay.
basically, the interior of the beacon has a big metal, kind of looks like a giant coin. And if you cut open a cross section in the coin, the interior of the coin has Quicksilver, and then it has the shard of ice in it. And so the thing that you got where you got the seed, basically it took the place of that entire centerpiece, right? There
Mhm.
is no coin, there's no Quicksilver, there's no Cold Iron. It just had the seed in the center.
Yeah, I mean now reflecting on it, I feel like it's kind of weird that the seed wasn't in Quicksilver or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think we kind of talked about that, didn't we, Josh?
Who we think our beacon is?
Yeah. Or I mean, we at
Uh,
least did the question.
I think because Narsenhar said it was that beacons are she echoes,
Hmm.
but I don't know if we thought about who the beacon might be.
So now Sinha registered to us as a Signet Royal A class, and we have a Signet Royal B class. So it's not going to be, if we're thinking that it's like mother or grandmother, it
No.
seems unlikely to me.
Hmm.
Could
Um,
I was thinking like, is it possible that Al Shaib is what's inside the beacon, and he has found some way of
He's not.
breaking the containment. He's not. Okay.
He's not. No, sorry. He's not a. He's not she.
He
used to
used to be
be.
she. And so I don't know if that makes a difference.
Yeah.
Because yes, he's a djinn. He was changed from being she into being a djinn. So he's elemental. But I don't know if like some process of containing him inside the ship. I don't know.
We should talk to
Well,
him
although
about it.
actually,
He
we might have
know.
asked him, "Are you the beacon?"
You asked him if
Sorry?
he powered the ship.
Correct.
He said no, but he also didn't say yes. It's kind
Well,
of
beacons don't power the ship, right?
Yeah, they don't
no.
really
The beacon
power
doesn't
it.
power the ship, but there is something about Al that is powering the ship, but it's not Al himself.
Huh. That's an interesting question.
I will say for the clarity that something that your players know as far as the connection with things, you do know that Al Shaib was one of the Shi beforehand, and he became a Jinn when he was basically assigned to be one of the primordial's Shi advisors, and then he got transformed from being a Shi into being something else.
So he was assigned to Imix as a part of the Accords, right?
Correct. He was assigned to Imix
And
as
then
the advisor to make sure Imix understood how the Accords works.
and then during the war between the primordials and the gods, Imix changed all of the Shi advisors into jinns for the war, right?
More general than that, but yes.
Okay.
So many of the Shi advisors were turned. They weren't just the ones for Imix.
Ah, okay.
So on Prosperity, I heard grandmother's voice. I'm almost positive. And so I wonder if she's that beacon.
Grandmother?
Mm-hmm. Or
But
some part of her.
but isn't grandmother like off of the planes? In that
Ye-
like weird
Isn't Al Shaib off of the material plane?
not
I
the
mean, like,
not the material plane, but there was like
Or like
all of the planes and then there
he's
was
in
a
his own
separate
dimension?
area.
yeah. I don't know, but like maybe part of her or something, you know?
Hmm.
Like maybe that's why she can't be in the planes. Just a thought.
Dude.
Man, like we found this shard inside of the beacon, but that doesn't mean we can like resuscitate the person inside of it. Or remember, like, so then we tried to
Mhm.
connect with it. And it's like it's not really there.
It's like it's physically displaced. It's like you're trying to connect with something that's out of range, even though it seems like it's right in front of you.
So then I feel like that kind of supports that theory. Like grandmother is not really there, but maybe there's like a shard that something powers the beacon.
Sounds good to me.
Perfect.
Explore and figure stuff out.
I'm sorry. I wish I had any opinions on this.
You're
Just
allowed
go
to
back
share
and watch
whatever
the
opinion you
last
have.
87.
You'll know as
sessions.
much as we do.
There are a lot of
Certainly as much as Drock does.
sort of big world reveal stuff. I mean, Drock does kind of play the straight man in the situations, so you not knowing what's going on does sort of fit. Like even when JP the player, he understands what's going on, he does play Drock as someone who doesn't understand what's going on. So
I'm pretty sure I can't tell the difference.
So you've got the shard, you have the beacon, you open up the beacon and couldn't get it to reactivate when you put it back together. And then you're able to find a bunch of information about these beacons because there are quite a few of them that are here.
There's like 30,000 or more.
Yeah, I think there's 31,000. I think. So there are a massive number of them here, and then you guys went and did some stuff to make your way deeper into the facility. Anything before we get to the path deep down in the facility?
Yeah. So we knew that at each end, so the facility is like U-shaped and stacked 7 levels, and at each end of the U's, there's a portal that goes to another plane. But our ship isn't able to detect any of the portals, and so we choose to go to the second closest portal that has ties to the elemental chaos.
Mhm.
Uh, and we went to the second closest just because it was further down and we wanted to go to the bottom layer.
Yeah, so you went to 4 East,
Yeah,
which is the location of this portal.
4E as I like to call it. And uh, we couldn't read the writing on it, but it was something. There was like basically a caution sign, but we didn't know what it was cautioning us against. And so when I opened the door, it was super hot. So I protected us all from weather effects, and then
Like
immediately
cheating.
activated the protective gear that was already built into the building, rendering the weather effect protection unnecessary.
Well, no, that
Classic
is the
Gary.
effect. That is the effect of it, right? It was you automatically succeeded in activating all the weather stuff.
Ah, okay.
Without the card, you would not have been able to do that automatically.
I see. Okay. Phew. I thought we were gonna walk into another arcane knock ritual situation. And in the room, there's essentially a giant portal. And once we opened the door, which had the same kind of protective stuff that the outside door had, our ship was able to detect the portal. And I correctly guessed that it went to the city of Brass in the elemental chaos, uh, which is where the Ifrit that trapped Al Shaib on our ship lives. And I think we were just kind of like, okay, bookmark that for later, and left.
Yep. They found these portal, at least one of the portals is still active. It's pretty reasonable to include that probably other portals in the facility are still active as well.
I'll just put it out there that I think mapping where those all go is probably going to be really good.
So you make your way down, and what do you guys find at floor 7? Kind of where the marker is that says, "Hey, there's a tunnel leading away from the facility somewhere else." What's down at floor 7?
It's a dock for a ship that is the
Before that,
same. Oh, sorry.
We see
Like
a lot. We've seen a lot of evidence of fighting, but this is like worse. Is that right?
yeah. So
Like the
you go down
fighting is
to
even more intense down here.
you go down to 7, and at 7 you can see like the remains of a running battle where there's like tons of damage everywhere. There's like blockades that have been put up, and going down the tunnel you see signs of combat and things fighting like what you saw at the temple.
And we saw a lot of Nira corpses, right?
You saw a bunch of broken glass, which, yeah, the assumption is that those are the corpses of the Nira.
And we come to a T intersection, and there's a door at one of the paths. And we say, bookmark this for later, continue going to follow the fighting, which takes us down to the dock.
Which takes you to the dock, correct. So you make it to the sort of dock facility of this ancient ship, and it is a ship of a type you have seen before. So you've seen this Forerunner technology ship before, or something very similar to it. And this is something from one of the visions.
Was this
So
one
you-
shot last New Year's Eve or 2 New Year's Eves ago?
2.
2 New Year's Eve ago.
So we got this vision like over a year and a half ago.
Yep.
Mhm.
Wow.
So you have your characters have a sort of intuitive understanding of the inside of this ship, because while you guys are aware it's not the exact same ship, it's the same class and category and the make and model, right? It's not a perfect copy of, but it's the same uh class of ship, and what the layout and the inside is going to look like. So head into the ship, and what's the plan when you're heading into the ship? First of all, why are you heading into the ship? And then second of all, what's the plan here? What are you guys going to do?
Thought we headed into the ship because the fighting led here,
Mm-hmm.
and because of our vision. In our vision, a really important dude was being held in the center of the ship,
Mm-hmm.
and we were like, there might be something else that's really important here in the center of the ship.
Yeah, so in the very center of the other ship, there was this incredible containment facility built around it with these multiple layers of different wards and symbols and stuff, with the cage in the middle. And the layout of that ship, it seems like kind of was all built around containing what was in the hold. So the idea here is that since this is the same style of ship, probably something important at the middle. And you guys decide to kind of follow the path that you had from the vision, which is to head right, to head through to one of the instrument rooms, and then head through a secret passageway. What do you guys find in the instrument room that's down here? So there is a big console. There's all this stuff, but it's broken. Why is it broken? What sort of seems to have happened here?
We found 2 dead voiceless talkers, and it looked like they had been killed kind of ritualistically. And when we checked out the knives that were used, we remembered Merc having similar knives. And there were also knives in the console that seemed kind of ritualistically like disabling it.
So just for clarity's sake, the knives in the console definitely look like they were arranged in a ritualistic manner.
Hmm.
The knives that had killed the 2 voiceless talkers don't look like they were like the creatures were helpless and then the knives were used against them. It just looks like they had 2 sets of wounds that were identical. So
But I thought,
go ahead.
yeah, like I thought there's one in the heart and one in the brain and one in the neck.
Correct.
And we remember, like, with the Formian, like those 3 locations being important.
With the
Which is why
Formian,
another.
It
its
was
head,
2 of the 3. Yeah.
yeah,
It was brain, heart, and guts.
for the
Okay.
Formians.
Yeah, yeah. But I don't know.
But
Yeah, that's what I meant by ritual.
there is like there isn't like, it can't be a coincidence that it's like 3 specific places on the body that, like with
Mhm.
the Formian, those 3 specific places represented its ability to like make choices for itself or like have
Mhm.
free will.
The only clarification that I was making was the way that it was phrased might seem like these things were like sacrificed or like ritualistically like tortured or something like that. And you don't get any indication
No.
of that. It just looks like they were killed both in a very specific way.
Yeah.
So the console's destroyed, and you guys head on through the corridors until you get to what should be, in the vision was this door that led into the inner hold. What was there? What was at this where the door would have been on the other ship?
It was like a sentient wall, but I don't remember what it was made out of.
Does anybody remember?
Was it made out of glass? I
Yeah.
thought it
So
was similar to the Nira glass.
Yeah, but it wasn't the Nira glass. Sort of is like a bunch of broken things, sort of mosaic tiled into looking like sort of a rough body shape. This was just a whole bunch of overlapping big hunks of glass, sort of
Oh
like
yeah, but they're like moving inside one another and
yeah.
around.
So they're sort of moving in weird ways that show that they kind of like they don't clip each other. Like there's no cohesion here. Which makes it sort of difficult to look at because your brain wants to put rules into the system that it clearly does not have. And so there was a little bit of conversation with the wall, one of many. What was your conversation with the wall like?
Not good. I think Morin really made headway, sort of.
I tried to tell it that we needed to get into containment and that the ship was no longer under attack. And I think it started to acquiesce or be like, okay, and then it said you can't override uh it was hyper something, but I don't remember what it was.
Well, it asked for a
Um
passcode.
yeah, and then it asked me for my name and my passcode.
Your identification.
Right.
The only reason that I make a specific instances of this of it would not specifically ask you for a name, and your character would not expect it to do that, given where you are.
Mhm.
So we tried for a little while at the shard door, and then decided to head up to basically the bridge of the ship. And there was another sort of less heavily covered, less densely shard covered ceiling door between the corridor you were in and the bridge. And what did we do with this one? This one was a little different. This one had a lot less energy involved into it, and didn't have the same level of sentience. What did we do here?
We got to use knock.
Got to use knock.
Improved knock.
Improved knock.
Not.
Hmm.
Whipped out a.
It's the first door Gary's ever given us that's allowed to use knock.
Yep. It only took
Straight
4
up true.
years.
I've never seen another door in this entire campaign. They all speak, they all think. No normal ass doors, except for this one.
except for this one and the other one in the session they could have used knock on.
I think it's amazing that y'all kept trying. Like you still had knock on your character sheets after all that time.
You're assuming that I've ever tried.
Yeah.
I mean, they are having a meme here because the entrance to the third level of the facility was also a door that they had to break off the hinges that they could have totally used knock on. But this was sort of.
But Griffle or Drock rolled well, so we didn't
Yeah.
need to.
Well, they try to destroy things first and then try to open them. So you use knock. It does successfully break the arcane seal on the door. The door slides open, and then there are these clouds of shards in the room that very rapidly start to form into Nira. And that was the end of last session and the beginning of this session. So the question for you guys is there anything from last session you guys feel needs to be brought up before we jump into combat here?
Rock rolled really well.
Mm-hmm.
He did legitimately roll really well last
For
session.
the first time in forever.
I will just make a note that when we were trying to figure out the passcode, we went and looked at the voiceless talkers again, and we didn't find anything helpful, but we did find more examples of Forerunner script that we took because we thought that would be potentially helpful.
And we
Was it on
need to
their
talk to
armor?
Allison. We desperately need to talk to Allison.
Sarah?
Allison?
Alana?
Alana! Sorry.
She's blind, Gary.
I'm blind.
I don't know
Alana
names.
Alana has suffered a lot of a lot of we don't know what your name is
Yeah.
this campaign. Specifically that
There's a
NPC.
couple of those characters.
Uh,
What's the name of that guy from Faith?
The guy from Faith.
The leader of Faith.
Drock?
Drock is a guy from Faith. No, I know who you mean. There's another person you've renamed.
Yeah.
Oh, the
The
skeezy
DM.
mayor.
Yeah, the guy that runs it.
Hmm.
But y'all rename random things all the time, regardless of.
That is true.
What you think? Yeah. I'm
Yeah.
reminded of like Dimension 20 Fantasy High episode 2, where they're like, "Oh, it's the corn cuties," and then they fucking get destroyed. Oh.
All right. Well, it doesn't sound like you guys have anything in specific to keep doing recaps. So let's roll some initiative. Let's get into session and let's go do this. So because you guys opened the door, but also because the knock was successful and it did beat the warnings on the door, right? So the door wasn't able to hold out at all to allow the Nira to form. It does mean that you guys are going to have a surprise round on the Nira.
Also, who would like one? Do you want to go first?
Wait, what?
I could.
I can swap initiatives with people.
You and I
Is
rolled
one
so
going
bad.
first?
Yeah. But like you don't have to swap with me, you can swap with anyone in the
Yeah.
party.
Oh, did I add that? Oh no.
So I feel like because
Oh,
you
yeah.
have like most of your stuff is like not ally
Controlled.
friendly. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Also,
controlling.
Claire, when you get a chance, Drock is right here. So click on them and then
Yeah.
click the initiative button.
She did it. She crit.
Nice. So
I think we should like guys, I think we should replace Drock.
Just
I
takes
like you,
120. One
Yeah.
natural 20.
Yeah.
one more than Drock's ever rolled. No.
I mean, I don't know. JP's still here. I don't know if he's available, if he wants to play his own character.
Oh, so he had a party to go to. So, and he's the one that typically records a session. So he just left the recording on and then went to his party. So,
Oh, I see. Okay.
so like he's in the
Hey,
Discord.
JP.
He's not actually here.
Some sense. Okay.
That's why we're shit talking him so much, because he's going to hear this in the recording later, but he can't
Get-
fight back right now.
Yeah.
Given
Like kicking a man
Drock's
when he's down.
roles, he actually wanted to have somebody give Drock a tutorial of how to play his character.
Roll good. That's your tutorial.
So as combat gets started, step 1 is Drock speed of thought. Where would you like to be in the combat?
Wow, I sure can move 11. Where do
You
I
sure
want to
can.
see? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. I can really just kind of be anywhere.
Just as
Yeah.
a say, Gary, correct me if I'm wrong, but these two dudes are the scariest.
He'll correct you,
Who
but it'll be on their
visually
turn.
looks the scariest.
So I can do
There's
sort
only
of a
two
quick.
of them.
I can do a repeat of kind of what the
That implies to
creatures-
me that they are leaders of some kind.
So the ones labeled Kalarim Nira, they have these kind of like butcher blade looking swords. They sort of are all kind of comically oversized. Kind of, they look like a butcher's knife, but they are the size of what will be a two-handed sword, and they're holding it in a single hand, and they're covered with little glass shards. The Marik Nira, they look like they're very few pieces, right? So there are large pieces of glass for each of them, and they have this sort of disjointed automaton look to them. They look less human. They look less humanoid than a lot of the others do. They look more kind of like mannequin-like. The Salit Nira do look the most humanoid, and you guys would recognize the Salit Nira look like the one that the Legionaries had on a leash. They are the same category.
Can you post the images in the Discord?
Do they have visible weapons? The Sleet Nera?
The Silit Nara do not have visible weapons.
Yeah, so they are
Um,
the spooky ones then.
Can I post the images? Potentially. I don't know how long it'll take me to find the images, but yes, I will do my best.
At some point, it doesn't matter like for now, but Gary, I'm blind. So these tiny tokens, they're just not gonna do.
I will do my best.
No, just do it later. It's fine. I'm curious because
I'm trying to see if I can find it quickly because I think I can. So the only problem is that the image for the Silit Nera shows them with a sword, and they do not have one. So the
Okay.
token.
Drock and one of many. Would you two care to swap places in initiative?
If I go first, I can
Or
do some stuff.
possibly Morin also could go first because you have a lot of ally unfriendly stuff.
I do, but if we can get them grouped together, I have some pretty devastating AoE.
Okay. So one of many then.
Which is a one of many.
Yeah, that's
Ask.
just anything. Gary, as I'm looking at these Nera and thinking about what I know about them, am I assuming that they're probably pretty strong against like will and psychic?
You don't have a ton of information about them. You have contextual information that a lot of psychic things fear them, so they're probably at least some version of resistant against it. But primarily what the Legionaries, kind of explained to you when you were around them the one time you were, is that they're basically hell on wheels to fight physically.
Oh. Okay.
Like the Nera are extremely deadly physical combatants.
Okay.
So that being said, what it's sounding like to me, because generally I want to be within 5 squares of anything that's targeting any of you. So do we think that this means there's going to be a lot of people who are trying to get into melee of the rest of you, so I should be within 5 squares of the square in front of everyone? Is that what we're thinking? Or should I just absolutely charge the back line?
I don't think you want to go that deep.
Okay.
Sorry, I just appreciate how much.
I do not want you to
you're-
be. Yeah.
This is not how strategically Drox thinks. I don't.
Yeah.
When I played
So,
Drax's character, he was like,
Drock, are you
lightning
feeling
rush.
okay?
Just lightning rush. Save all your points for lightning rush.
So
So
Drock can, or I'm sorry, Griffle, you can swap 2 of us.
yes, two PCs initiatives. I can swap them.
But they're with a surprise round, they just don't get to go this first time, so we just all
So
get
the way a surprise round works is you get one action for your surprise round.
Okay.
So they will not get to act. They will not get to react. You can't provoke attacks for opportunity. They can't take any immediate actions. They all grant combat advantage, but you get one action. Now, that being said, because Drock, you can do like free actions and things like that. So Drock's speed of thought is going to put him wherever, and then he gets to take his one action, which Drock's request was that the first action be Shattered Time.
Smart.
So he's going to put his Shattered Time somewhere.
That's a fun first action.
So if we swapped Drock and 1 in initiative order, 1, would you be able to group everybody up?
So, I have one other question. Can you do an action point, Gary?
No.
Okay.
One action.
So then I would do Void Shard, which probably you guys didn't hear this conversation, but Gary and I realized we were doing it wrong. So
I think that's been a consistent agreement.
it's like not quite. And I will say the compendium was actually unclear, so I acted in good faith. But yes,
Oh,
we were
100%.
playing.
Yeah.
We were playing the OP version of it. So what I will be able to actually do is for my first turn, I can pull them all in 3. It'll be a 7 by 7 square, so I can get all the guys in the middle to be pulled in 3 if they don't
think
resist.
that's super worth it.
Yeah, totally.
Because then I theoretically can knock them all prone.
Mhm.
Cool. Yeah.
Okay.
So get me first.
Cool. So change your thing to 37, and then
Okay.
whatever yours is 15 for
15.
Drock.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Alright.
But Drock still gets to move though, because that's
I do need to move.
But you don't want to
Um,
be in this square because it will also pull you. I mean, I guess it doesn't do damage, but it will do damage on the beginning of my next turn.
Yeah,
Josh
so
will
no,
do damage to you.
Yeah.
you want to put down where you're going to put it, and
Yeah,
then that
so
way, yeah.
actually, so the pull is ally friendly. If you're in the square, the damage is not.
My attack will not be ally friendly.
your attack will not be out.
Yeah.
Are you gonna spear the Skylord, try to blow everything up?
Yes.
Okay.
So I have a
Cool.
9x9 prone.
I think this is burst 3, right?
Yep.
Looks
Okay,
correct.
so that's what I don't want to be in.
You don't want to be in the pink box.
You could go here.
Now the
Yeah,
other
that's
thing
kind
is
of what
that
I'm thinking.
if you're pulling everything into the middle of that pink box, Shattered Time is a burst too, so that it could be also a good place for Shattered Time. You just need to be careful not to die.
But then Josh's will be 9 by 9, so it'll be an extra
But I can
1.
move that 9x9 around a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, the
But if
question is
you
whether it matters if Drock gets hit with the area of effect stuff.
There's
Oh
that
yeah,
too.
he's not here.
One
no,
can
I mean, like,
sacrifice Trump.
He has
So
he
would
has
it
high
be easier
defenses
for me
and
to
high health.
stand slightly down this diagonal, or should I get closer to like make my Shattered Time overlap more with the pink box?
So in theory, because Shattered Time is like if they're in the box, you get to hit them.
Yeah, if they're in the box and they try to hit you, I go no thank you.
Yeah.
Isn't Drock like going last?
Yeah,
Yeah.
they got to figure out where to stand now because he's
Well,
running into combat first.
could theoretically not move.
So, but
no?
in theory, these guys, if they don't save, they will get pulled in, which means that they'll be grouped up like in the middle of this big box.
Yeah, I mean, you could do something that isn't Shattered Time for your first turn.
Unheard of. Okay.
Yeah.
So you know what? For now, I'm just gonna stand right outside of the box, and then we'll see what happens from there.
Beautiful.
Cool. Speed of thought. And now I'm going to be in correct order. What a mini. It is your turn.
All right. Void Shard. Augment 1. Oh, and don't I get, because I have superior reflexes, so I have combat advantage. Oh, but I would have it anyway. Is that right?
Yeah, surprise. So
Ah, okay.
does this
So-
count as the first round of combat, or will she get combat advantage next round as well?
she will also get combat advantage in the next round.
Oh,
So,
all right then.
Whew.
That is a
Woo!
long macro.
I know.
It's a
Those are
lot
good
of high
rolls.
rolls.
What the heck?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So target 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
And the 7th
Looking
was a
at-
crit.
30. What is this against? Reflex? 30 reflex. So that is a hit on all targets.
Yay. So they all get
Nice.
pulled in to the
Pull?
center. Pull.
It's a pull, yeah?
Yeah, the Void Shard pulls the target 3 squares.
It's a pull. It's a pull, Gary says.
These guys are
You need
immune to pull.
No. It's mostly because it means that basically that's where they can all go, and then you can choose one to be in the middle. But it can be any of them if you so choose. So
Okay.
what do you want to be in the center?
But one of
The
Sillet
baddies.
Nera in the middle. Yeah.
Let's put the corner Sillet middle. Sillet in the middle.
Okay.
That's not the corner.
Number 1. They're numbered. Just do it by number.
It's all overlapping. I can't read it.
He's blind.
I'm blind.
All right. So that was your action.
Yes.
Philly, you're up.
I'm going to use my non-cheating ability. Only Gary understands. And cast Remorse, centered on the dudes, all of them.
Wow. Okay. Yeah.
What is remorse?
Gonna find out.
Do I have combat advantage or anything, Gary?
Yes.
Oh.
Everyone has combat advantage. You have surprise.
I need some more rolls.
I love that.
With wisdom.
Oh. Beautiful.
Where's the?
So could you hit the macro again for me?
I'll
Because
just
that's
hit the
not
same. I'll just hit the same one.
Yeah.
Remorse. Also, I'm definitely.
Do you have the roll twice thing from Oracle?
No, you had to be 16.
16? Okay. I always forget where it is. So we've got hit. And then 31 on the slit.
Wait,
is-
why'd you hit go to the right, that arrow?
It's in book order. So 1,
Oh,
2, 3.
sorry, I saw your arrow all the way on Marik Norris.
Oh, sorry. So looks like number 7 would miss, but there's no number 7. So all hits.
Bone 10 days. Go.
I'm gonna
Go
put-
bullshit.
I'm gonna put the days 3 icon on these guys because that'll just showing that it's dazed plus other nonsense. All right.
See, I forget that Remorse doesn't do damage. Maybe I should have done Rain of Blood. I don't know what's better.
Maureen, you're up.
Okay. Spear of the Skylord. I need to draw a 2, 4,
Have
5,
fun
6,
drawing, I
7,
guess.
8, 9, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. How do I move it?
Click on the edge of it and use your arrow key.
Yeah. Oh, use the arrow key.
Mhm.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah.
Okay, so I hit Calorim Nera 1, everything in the middle, and Calorim Nera 2.
Okay.
So that's 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8. I spent a bunch of time making a whole new macro for this attack. I'm so excited. So this is an area burst attack. If I activate my gloves, does it increase the damage on all of them?
You have to remind me which gloves you have. Most of the gloves are only single target, but
Eldritch Admixture. The next attack you make this turn deals extra damage. And since I only roll one attack roll, is it just extra damage on the first target?
There's only one damage roll.
Sorry, that's what I mean.
Yeah. So you pick one target to get the admixture on.
Okay. Then yeah, I might as well. I'll use 2 charges here, so it's going to be an extra 2d6 damage I'll have to do afterwards. But I am declaring it, and I'm going to that's it. Okay. Spear of the Skylord.
Door
8
opens,
targets.
Drak rushes in, a huge void, a little void ball appears, sucks in the whole room, and then just a column of lightning.
Yes. So it's just 2, right? Because we have combat advantage and the days doesn't stack.
Correct.
And then the damage modifier is 10.
I would say just don't do anything, and then I'll put the 10 on because there's 2 things that don't get the 10.
Okay.
It's easier for me.
And then my extra gloves will be on Nero 1.
All right, this is
which
against
was
reflex.
reflex. Oh,
Yay.
What are these rolls today, bro?
Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Attack on number 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So miss on Nero 1. So miss on Sillet 1. Miss on Sillet 2.
No. Those
Hilarious.
Are the 2 we want to hit. Wait, can I reroll those? One of them.
Probably.
Well, it's not my turn, right?
I mean, I know you guys think that I have a complete encyclopedic knowledge of all of your characters. I do
Yes.
not, and I'm
I
focusing
will
on
reroll the
on
one
running myself.
on
Sillet 1, please.
1. Yeah.
Okay.
Wait,
so
why do you care which one?
Because that's the one I declared my gloves against.
Extra damage.
Oh,
on.
okay. There you go.
Okay, so. Oh, okay.
These are not
So-
aberrant creatures, for the record.
Oh, it says all attack rolls. Wait a second.
Are they elemental?
Wait. Gary, can you clarify? It says all attack rolls. How does that?
Mhm. And it
So-
means,
Do I reroll everything?
yeah, it means you reroll the entire thing if you use the Baneslayer reroll.
Hmm.
If you wanted to reroll a single target, you'd need to use like your stone or something more.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, we have
Did-
that stone.
Did I make a macro for that?
Yeah, maybe don't do that.
Of course I
seems-
didn't. Let me use my. Wait, hold on. I don't
didn't
even know
mess
if
that
that
bad.
stone lets me do it. Item Stone of Storms. You miss an enemy with a lightning or thunder attack power. Reroll the attack roll.
Yep.
Is that reroll everything or just one?
That is just one. It's the difference between the wording of the Baneslayer weapon and your thing. Also, Claire, welcome to the high level 4th edition play of. We have so many things.
Oh my god, I rolled the
Does
exact
this
same
thing
roll.
apply to this other thing?
Oh no.
Oh wait, but hold on. These are fortune stones, so I get a bonus to this roll.
Mm-hmm.
So how many of you
Why?
guys have stones?
Oh.
We all do, right?
Me. I have one.
I didn't pick one out because I'm an idiot, but let's assume that I did.
I mean, I think the point was everybody does it. So
We were supposed to all have one, which
am
means you
I my
get-
own ally?
You are not your own ally.
Okay, so
Um,
that's an 11,
Okay.
Hang on.
which means it's a
Okay.
33 versus reflex.
Which will hit.
Okay.
All right. So
He's like, shut up, it's gonna hit.
so 38 damage, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Because I don't know what the or 35 is for.
I get to choose.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
All right. So the Mariknira explode,
Oh.
and
minions.
the shattered pieces of their body fly out in all directions, and then they sort of arc and turn with a wave of shards flying across the room. Morin, you take 20 points of damage for killing 2 of them.
Okay.
I have a question.
Can't
Sure.
see my-
So we all have there are 5 we have 5 fortune stones, so does that mean we all get a 2 item bonus to initiative and 1 item bonus to saving throws?
Assuming everyone has one, yes. But
So-
the last time this question was asked, not everyone had one.
I thought we all had one, except for Philly, who has one.
Okay. The quotation marks has one was not passed along to the DM. But yes, if the entire group has a stone, then you will get the benefits. And I don't know if Drock has a stone either, because it doesn't look like he does.
Well,
I
he
don't know,
talked
I'm
about
not
it.
gonna press my buttons.
We all talked about it, and he
I know you
said,
guys all talked about it, but I don't think you guys actually all did it.
"Okay."
Ridiculous.
So
Alright.
I intended to do it, but I think I kind of misunderstood. Like I was like, oh, I'll do it when we have a shop, Nick. Like have an opportunity to shop. We're in deep space in the cars. Like I'm not gonna find, you know.
So you guys have the ability to manufacture your own magic items, and you have a ton of loot from the temple. So
Okay.
the assumption is that if you wanted to get something, assuming it is not a rare item, then you can just say it's done.
Okay, in that case, I
These are
definitely
rare.
would have picked up a stone. Yes. Oh, they are rare? Okay.
These are rare.
Hmm.
So does that mean none of us have them?
Let me.
I will say I did specifically ask Gary if we got to have this item or not because we were in deep space, and he did say yes.
I did say
Okay.
yes. So, if I have previously broken my rule, but you can't craft that, that's fine. You guys can go ahead and have them.
We found them in that archive room.
Mhm. All right. So the two of them explode. Is there anything else I need to do with these guys? Force movement, prone. Okay, prone.
This doesn't count as an attack, right?
What doesn't count? What, the thing they just did to you?
Yeah.
No, you just take damage.
Yeah, so everything. Did I hit everything, right? No,
You
I
hit
didn't
everything
hit.
except for Silit number 2.
Okay, so everything is prone except for Silit Nera
Yep.
2. And number 1 took 38 plus 12, 50 damage.
Yeah, I need to do the extra 12 to hit. Thank you. All right. Everything is taken their damage. I'm slowly marking things prone. Who is next? Drock.
Oh, right.
You could shatter
Um,
time now.
Yeah, it seems like a good thing, and everything's prone but 2, so and every second diagonal costs 2 spaces, or is it just any square
No,
is
it's
a
just
square?
it's just any grid square is 1 square.
Okay. 1, 2,
Nice.
3, 4, 5, 6. So I think a move action could put me about there, which I think might be where I want to be. 1, 2.
So technically, you don't have a movement right now.
Oh, because this is
Mm.
still like the surprise round, right?
This is still the surprise round, yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. So
So-
maybe this is not where I want to set up my shatter time. It's a bad place to be for shatter.
So what I would say is you need to use one of your like movement abilities in order to kind of get in and get into the fray. Drock has 2 big ones, one of which is Sonic Speed, which would let him step and then shift a whole bunch and then get into the middle. Or he could use Quicksilver Dance, which lets him smack 2 people and then get into position for next round. One of those things is probably the correct answer. I don't know, correct answer, but
Okay.
having things moved away from you makes it very difficult. Although,
Yeah.
where was the edge of the? Oh, I guess you wouldn't know. I was gonna say, because I try to be a little bit forgiving on things. You could have been like 2 squares over, and that would have left you out of the lightning explosion. Yeah.
Oh, I
Uh,
thought
lightning
anything in
was
the
the
pink
edge of
box
the pink.
was going to be damage.
Pink box doesn't take damage yet.
At the beginning of my turn, though, and I go before her.
Okay, so I honestly don't even want to move in there, do I?
It's not that much damage.
It's kind
Hey.
of up to you. So you can either, we can allow you to be here, move 2 in because you wouldn't have been hit by the big damage attack, which is the lightning nova, or and just say like, hey, that makes more sense because again, a lot of complicated things from jumping straight into combat. Or you could use one of your mobility powers, like Psionic Speed, to hit the Nera that are on the right hand side. Or you could use Quicksilver Dance, and then you could like hit like this guy and end up way the fuck over here if you wanted.
Where were the 2 Mira?
Directly above Nera, the Silit Nera 1 and 2.
Okay, yeah. So the box could have been here.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you want to be in here to position for Shatter Time and you want to take the damage, you can do that. That's option 1. Option 2 is we can assume that you're out here, and then you could Quicksilver and then hit like one of these guys and then get out of the thing in a single action, because Quicksilver lets you move a huge amount of space.
Gotcha. But I'm not sure I want to be too far away from an area that I want that I would be good for my box. So I don't know if I want to wind up completely on the other side of the map.
So, for example, if you quicksilvered, you could go down here, hit this guy, run over here, hit this guy, and then end here. So you'd get to hit 2 people, and then you'd end where you're within 5 squares of basically everything to lightning rush. And then on your next turn, you could move and drop your shatter time.
You know what? That sounds like the thing to do then.
So you just need to pick 2 targets from among all of these dudes to smack. So you can smack the dudes on the edges, or you can smack the dudes that are already having like the penalties and stuff that you get a bonus to damage on.
Also, I am on the page that says Quicksilver Demon. I am not entirely sure which ability is being referred to right now.
So if you click on Drox token, the Quicksilver Demon ones are marked with QSD, and the ability is called Quicksilver Dance. It is the level 11 power.
Okay, yeah. So I'm looking at that. It's just titled at what I'm looking at as Rebounding Dance.
Rebounding Dance. Sorry, I'm calling it wrong.
But yeah, I guess the confusing thing to me is that seems to say that it's target 1 creature.
So it is 2 creatures. So you get concealment, you make the following attack against 1 or 2 creatures, and then you move your speed plus your charisma modifier.
Okay.
So pick the 2 targets you want to go after, and then ideally clicking the button should help kind of guide you through what you need to do for it.
Okay. So let's go ahead and pick is the debuff on the guys in the square right now anything that's going to help me out or not really?
Yes, it's going to give you plus 10 to damage on the guys in the middle.
Wow, that sounds like those are the guys to target then. So I guess maybe first one on near a 4.
Okay.
And then if I made my second one on, I can't see the number. If I made the second one here, can I wind up outside the box easily?
Yes.
Okay, let's do that then.
All right. So.
And then Rebounding
Get you 8.
Dance. Or there is something called Quicksilver Dance.
It's because he has it labeled, but I don't think that's what it is. I think it's supposed to be Rebounding Dance because it does have the E marker for encounter power.
Okay. Yeah.
I think that is a label for a reminder that tells him that he doesn't take that he gets a bonus to opportunity attacks.
Yeah, there is a bonus against opportunity attacks that I'm seeing there. Yeah, I guess I'm just but I feel like I'm 1 or 2 during this movement. Okay, I understand now. And then augment 2. Okay, I guess I'll augment 2 this.
Yes, I'll say augment 2 is the correct choice.
And do I have a situational attack bonus?
Yes, 2.
A situational damage bonus?
Of 12.
Well. Okay. And does my oh no, it's not an opportunity. So that doesn't okay, cool.
Jesus.
So
That's not a Drock roll, bro.
37 damage to Nira number 4 and 40 damage to Nira to Kalarim Nira 3. So you still have 3 extra squares of movement. So if you want to be somewhere else, you can be somewhere else.
1, 2.
You could go up here and tie these 2 down.
You know what? I feel like I'm actually where I want to be for now because it gives me easy movement into this
Oh.
area for potentially a shattered time later, and I'm also within 5 of this guy, so I'm within 5 of most people that I could potentially lightning rush if I need to, so I think I'm fine. I think I'm where I want to be.
Cool. Griffle, you're up.
One of many. If I am simply, oh no, it's one action. Oop,
Hmm.
one action does not allow me to get my positioning correct. That is upsetting.
I mean,
I had
it
a plan.
could, but you're gonna burn a daily to get it done.
Yeah.
You could charge to get in there, or you can attacks on the run or something
Attacks
like
on
that.
the run, yeah. I was looking at attacks on the run and thinking that might be a viable option. Do you know, I actually think I might want to use this one time before I replace it next level. I'm going to use Moment of Glory
Oh, nice.
on this guy. I can't
On-
read it. Nero I'm bad at words.
Calorim,
Calorim.
Mira, number 2, and all of your allies.
Calorim, Nero, thank you, and all of my allies. So I do have a glory. Boom.
It's okay.
37.
Gary made up
total.
all these words himself.
Cool.
Just
I
to
did
spite
not.
you.
So I'm pushing him 3, so just chuck him in the middle over here. Get him all the way back. Yep. There you go, 1. Another one for you. And all 4 of us except for Drock will get plus resist 5 to all damage until the start of my next turn, and I will, unless otherwise noted, be sustaining minor.
Hell yeah.
Cool.
Sounds good.
Could have done that earlier and saved me 5 damage, but
She literally could not.
and I know.
Literally couldn't.
And that Nira is now doubly prone.
Yeah, extra prone. He's being pushed into the ground.
He was
proneness.
just starting to get back up when he got pushed back down.
Yeah.
What a mini. You're up.
Oh my goodness, already? Okay, so as a free action at the start of my turn, I will do my Void Shard attack, which will get the 5 in the middle. And so 4 of them are already prone, and 4 of them are dazed. Correct?
All of them are
Like-
prone except for Nira 2, and all of them are dazed except for Calorim Nira 2.
Okay, so then I am going to do the non-augmented version of this because I don't need to daze them and slow them. So, but I do have combat advantage on all of them.
The yellow dot is my sustain minor.
Cool.
Oh, not great rolls.
So the natural 1 is a miss. So hit, miss. Yeah. So 2 hits.
Okay.
For 25 force damage.
Okay, and then so it's a free action for my action. I will make them sad. I'll go for the
Forms
The
a
clump.
stand-up routine.
clump. I still have combat advantage. And let's see. I'll use my 9 from my. I hate these dice. I'm getting rid of them. I'm not doing it. Ugh, I should have done it. Oh well. There we go.
All right. So that is miss, hit, hit. Miss. So 2 hits.
Okay.
So this guy, so 19 So 29 to this guy, who is definitely bloodied. And then 29 to this guy. Okay. And Sadness. They do not seem to take Psychic Lock.
Oh. Rude.
Oh, and it is psychic. It is all psychic damage, isn't it?
Mhm.
Hang on. They take a lot less damage.
Yeah, I thought that might be the case.
Gary, do you happen to remember where? Oh, both of the ones that died were back here, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So he's still bloodied.
Okay.
But you can see that they are pretty heavily resistant to psychic damage. And the Slitnira do not take. Oh, wait, this is a pure psychic thing, so he's not going to take the -5 from dishearten either. So the Slitnira ignore conditions and penalties inflicted by psychic attacks.
Huh. Well, fuck them then.
That seems unfortunate.
Rude. It's my whole thing.
Oh.
Okay. I think that's my turn.
I mean,
all I
you
got.
did just do like 150 damage on top of
I don't want to hear about it.
Clarine.
It sounds like one of many is disheartened.
I am. The disheartened, the one who was disheartened the most is me.
All right. So he's on the ground. He only has one target that he can really go after because he is prone and dazed. So he is going to, from the ground, hold up that strange weapon. It twists open and sends off a blast of glass shards towards Drock. Oops, I am talking to myself. > 28 AC, which is definitely not going to connect. It does not hit. And that is it for Nira number 3. Filibuster, you're up.
Gary, since Josh is not helping, the Arachnir were minions, right?
They seem to be, yes. The ones that kind of look like mannequins.
I just want to use the ability. It seems fun. Let me draw a square. Oh, you said arrow key. Got it.
That was such a help tip.
Okay. I'm going to step here, I guess. And then I'm going to cast, just because I would like to, Tree of Creation. Where are the boxes? That's a burst 3, right? Wait, is it one smaller than it should be? Is a burst 3 one larger than that?
It depends on what you're trying to do. So a burst 3 goes from you. If it's an area burst 3, then you pick a target and it goes 3 in every direction. I don't know what power you're using.
Close burst 3.
Close burst 3 is 3 from you in every direction.
Oh.
So that box is not representative of burst 3 at all.
That totally changes how I view this ability. I'm really so. Get out of here. That's okay.
Oh, that did not work.
I've got it. Like that. Okay. Okay, in that case, I'll step up. And I'll do this. Okay. Wait. If I step. Okay, I started left. Sorry. I'm thinking about hitting number right here. So I can step 2 to the right and still. Yeah. That. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's just 3. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Hey, Gary, does this thing work? I don't know what you're doing. I'm going to continue not explaining to you what power I'm using while I mutter to myself.
Oh.
The
yeah.
range on this is actually it's a close burst 2.5.
Only when it's
They're still vulnerable pin till the end of my turn, right? Are they larger than me?
Yeah.
So 12? Or am I doing more damage for some reason?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Ankle biter +2, +10. So
That is your vulnerable 10 to everything.
7 for target's attack. Okay.
Tree of Creation. Okay.
That's what I said. Could you not hear me say Tree of Creation earlier?
Oh, I never heard Tree of Creation.
I didn't hear you say it either.
That's crazy. There's those 2. Oh wow, there's a crit.
Nice.
Congratulations.
27 versus Will, near a 3.
Wow.
Oh, I didn't add any attack bonuses into these rolls either. So those are all +2. Except for the last one.
So the -2 to defenses given by Drock will actually make that a hit on the first target.
Oh,
37's a hit. The crit's obviously good. The 29, is that +2 for the
Sure.
29 as well?
29 should be +2, yes. 31.
And then the 20, that should be a 28, which is
Should be
actually
a
a
20.
30 because that one does also have the penalty to defenses. So, and 33. So that is a hit on everything except for the guy you crit.
Amen.
So you take 10 points of damage from destroying one of the Varik.
Okay.
And you, what's the critical damage?
It is
60?
73.
73. Ouch. All right, and then 49 radiant to these things. They seem to be quite heavily resistant to radiant as well.
Classic.
Wow.
You know, that does make me feel a little better.
If you stand in the circle, you get resist 5 psychic, by the way. I think they might do psychic damage. There are signs.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm in the circle.
The circle in this non-Euclidean world. All right, I have done all of the damage to things. And in that big blast of stuff, I don't see anything that says it does anything other than damage to them. Correct?
What? There's the zone that it creates.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't need to mark anything else on them. It doesn't inflict
No,
any
no,
other
no, no,
specific
no, no, no.
conditions and whatnot.
Any creature that starts its turn adjacent to my shard will be slowed until the end of its next turn. So those guys are
Okay.
all slowed in the middle.
It's not going to be a big deal for them, but it is appreciated.
Spoilers.
They exist in all planes simultaneously. I'm not sure slowing is going to do anything.
They're slowed, god damn it.
All right, that is looks like it for filibuster. Unless you have something else you want to do.
Any last words? Gary asks.
Did Drop take damage?
No, he got missed.
I'm gonna heal Morin,
Wow.
so he gets +2 to attack.
Hell yes.
Where's healing? Where's I really need to consolidate these buttons. 18.
Oh my
Surge
god.
plus 18. That's
Surge-
a triple crit. Oh my god.
Literally
That's the
best
most I've
healer.
ever healed with that.
All
Alright.
right, so I'm gonna send a Spurge. I don't get extra, right?
You can also shift or gain AC and reflex. If you
Oops.
Yeah, you can get some extra defenses if you want. Not for the extra healing, just for the healing
Yeah,
word thing.
yeah. So I can choose to shift one square as a free action or gain +2 bonus to AC and reflex. Okay, I will take the +2 bonus to AC and reflex.
All right. So, Katarina number 1 is going to teleport out of prone to here.
I think that's very rude of it.
Mhm.
And it is then going to make a close burst 4 attack.
Oh, that's fucked up.
Can I lightning rush that?
So technically, yes, but it's not going to redirect because it's a burst. It's going in every direction. So he's exploding. You can lightning rush it for another person and basically take the attack twice. So you can step in the way to stop Filibuster from getting hit, but it means this attack will hit you twice.
You're assuming I'm gonna get hit.
I'm just giving an example. So the short version is this is not normally something that Drock would lightning rush, but it's not useless either. Like, it's not a terrible idea, but
So so how is it that my lightning rush would I just totally body block it for someone? Like why would that stop it from hitting someone?
yeah, basically you're gonna body block it for somebody, but you're already included, so it'll hit you, and then you'll also take the swing for somebody else.
Got it.
For example, if this was a blast, so if he, was shooting a blast wave down the hallway to hit Morin 1 and Griffle, you could lightning rush and make him turn the blast around to make it not blast down the hallway, but he's not. He's blowing up. The little blast that he did at you could redirect that to yourself, but he's not doing that. He's blowing up in every direction.
Got it. Is anyone feeling the kind of squishy where they'd like a shield?
Not
think-
yet.
I think
No.
you're fine.
We
Okay,
all have
I'll-
resist 5 too.
We do.
Yeah, I'll just
Yeah.
leave my interrupt for something else.
All right. So, 35 AC on Drock, 45 AC on Filibuster, 36 on Morin,
Whatever.
30 on one of Minnie.
Oh, what type of damage is that?
1 second. I believe it's damage flavor damage.
How dare they?
Yeah, it is untyped, and a 43 versus AC on Griffle.
So did you say 34?
I said 43.
Oh, that's why I asked for clarification. I'm sorry.
So he goes, mirror vortex opens up. You see his body sort of twist, and that sort of strange sort of like movement where parts of his body move out of sync. It spirals out from him, and you can see pieces of his body sort of clipping on different planes as this blender of shards explodes out from him in every direction, shredding the floor and the ceiling and grinding against everybody that it hits. So if you get hit with it, that's 36 points of damage.
Is this considered a ranged weapon attack?
It is not. It is a close burst attack.
Okay.
One additional question. Does someone mention resist 5?
Yes,
Is that
we all
different
have
than-
resist 5.
Because of
So is it-
Grapple.
31?
Well, I mean, Drock doesn't have resistance, so not Drock.
Not
Look, it's not nothing, okay?
It's not
No,
nothing.
It's not.
No, that's excellent.
Well,
I
it is
would
for
say-
Drock, but
It is going to become increasingly more nothing as we go up in levels, but for now, it's not nothing.
All right, 26 is where these guys go.
36 is the one against Rock, right?
Think of it as you just healed
35 is
everyone
the one
by
against Drock. Yeah, and so 36
20.
points of damage.
20 total.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
does a
Gotcha.
35 hit you?
I assume a 35 hits. 32, 30. So your AC is currently 34, so yes, barely.
No, get that thing away from me.
All right, and
Yeah,
that is
what
it
the
from the
hell?
Kalarim Nira. So I believe this Malik Nira is the one that's dead, but I might just be missing where he is in the map.
Wait, so
Nope, he's way over there in the corner.
that's just an attack that guy did. Okay.
Yep, that guy exploded with shards, and then some of the shards stayed behind and formed these mannequin Marik Nira.
I don't like it.
Yeah, me neither.
This one's going to charge over at Philly. So you see
No.
when he moves forward, it has this long pole that looks, it's basically a short spear, but it looks like a support beam pole, and it kind of twists into being this long, slender spear that sort of clips in and out of the plane as it's going forward, and then you see the spearhead appear and strike straight down into you. So 43 AC, I assume is going to hit.
I suppose.
5 points of damage, so 0, and ongoing 10 damage. Save ends. As the little piece of the mirror breaks off in your body.
How do I represent ongoing 10, Gary? Do I do
There's
two different ongoings?
Yeah, so they're next to each other, so you just do 1, 0. There you go. That is it for that guy. Kalarim Nira is here. He has horrific penalties, and is prone, and is dazed, and has all these other bad things. So I think he's going to discorporate, because this is just not helpful for him. All right, so he is going to discorporate, so he is going to banish himself, save ends.
Banish himself. And
Which one is doing
save on his own effect?
So he gets to make a saving throw at the start of his turn, and he does have to succeed at this effect to come back.
What
He
does
can't
banishing
choose
do?
because it's his own. It just removes him from play.
He is removed from play.
Wait, which one did that?
The Kalarim number 4.
Coloring 4.
Can we
Holy
occupy
shit.
his space?
Yeah, he's not there. Actually, hang on. That's not true. Hang on. I forgot how this power works and why I have the mirrors here.
There goes Gary cheating again.
All right, so in his place, when he gets removed from play, is a broken mirror.
That's 7 years of bad luck. But
How
for
rude.
whom?
All right, so this is mirror number 4 that has this mirror. Kalarim Nira 2, he is prone, but not as horrifically penalized as the other one. Really like to get some marks off. So he's going to teleport up to here. And then he is going to make a blast attack against Morin, one of many, and Griffle.
This would be a perfect thing to lightning rush, just so you know.
I was just about to ask that, as a matter of fact. I would like to lightning rush that.
All right, so he's doing a blast 3, so he's trying to aim the blast down. If you aim it up, like if you basically get behind him, you will. There's no way to do it without targeting filibuster, or you could be on the left-hand side of him, and you can come down to here, and that'll blast it to none of your allies.
That sounds like a great idea.
All right, so you move. When you move, you provoke attacks of opportunity. So the
Sure.
Nira gets to swing first. 2. That is incorrect. I did it the wrong direction, so it should be -4, so 36. So 36 is not going to hit your defenses.
Correct.
Because of
Because I have the
bonuses.
+4 against the opposites.
Yep. And then the other Nira is going to Shard Blade, and it is -2, not +2. 32, which doesn't even get close. All right. So now You lightning rush Nira number 2, the Colorim Nira number 2.
Okay. Is there a turn I should press?
Is there
I
a what?
forget how roll 20 work. Okay, so I'll hit the lightning rush button.
Mm-hmm.
Augment 2. Situational attack bonus?
I don't think so. No.
Okay. I just asked because I have no idea what even grants me that.
No, it's good.
I
You
don't-
should ask as you go through. I was checking, and the answer is no.
Okay, I don't think I have a situational damage bonus here, right?
Correct, because he has one of his allies next to him. So 26 against AC is not going to connect, unfortunately.
Rest in peace.
What did you roll? You rolled a 3. However, because you rolled a 3, you have a button called Life's Losing Hand. So if you want to make sure this connects, you can use the button called Life's Losing Hand.
And what is that?
If you roll a 1, 2, or 3 in an attack roll, you can re-roll it and get a +5 to that roll.
Well, that sounds great. Okay. So should I just press the lightning rush button again?
Yep. Just do everything you did for Lightning Rush again.
Okay.
The only difference is that the damage will be the same. So it'll do 21 on a hit or 46 on a crit. 31 is a hit, I believe.
And I didn't
36.
add in the additional
5.
the additional power bonus. I didn't know if it did that automatically or not.
It does not, unfortunately. But yes, so this will be 36, which is definitely a hit. For 21? Yep, 21 damage. And you become the target of the triggering attack. So the blast switches from firing down the hallway. Also, that will bloody this target.
Ooh, I
you
get
would.
something when that happens, right?
Yep.
I get my enemies that can see me now take a -2 penalty to attack rolls against me until I'm hit.
Yep. So it's called Ruthless Demonstration is the name of the button.
All right.
Which, there it is. Ba-doop. So he is bloodied. He goes to make his blast attack.
Make the intimidate check. Force it to surrender.
40
work.
AC is going to connect even through all of your nonsense, unfortunately.
Alrighty.
So you take 16 points of damage, and you are marked by Nira number 2.
Delightful.
But all of your allies didn't take that damage.
And Drock, quotation marks, would you like to make an MBA against both of the enemies next to you?
Rock
What
rotation.
now?
Because
melee
you were
basic.
attacked, you can make a melee basic against all enemies
They're-
adjacent to you.
Yeah, they're granting you extra attacks.
Sounds great to me.
So you're going to want to hit melee basic attack. First one's on the Nira above you. No situational bonus to hit or damage.
Okay. I am finding that. Oh, there we go.
The 14 damage. And then the second one,
It's also dazed.
and it is dazed now. And you're going to make another melee basic attack, but +2 to hit and +4 to damage.
Ooh, that's so awesome. All right.
Dazed in the next turn. Okay. 27, unfortunately, is not going to connect.
I did roll a 2.
And you can only use life losing hand once per fight. All right. So that was the end of him attempting to take his turn. Morin, it's your turn.
Alrighty. I am going to teleport 3 squares. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Bloop. Gaining concealment.
So when you teleport, when you come out of the teleport on the other side of the Nira, it
Mhm.
feels like your whole body is being hit by a sandblaster for a moment, as little pieces of glass ricochet off your body. It doesn't hurt, but it's just very uncomfortable.
Okay. I'm gonna action point. And I think I have a action button. Yeah. Size of any close burst attack I make is going to increase by 1, and a close
Nice.
blast by 2. And I am going to,
Make an echo in here.
yeah, a rolling echo, in fact. Number of targets. So this is going to be a close burst 3, but it only targets enemies. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 targets. Do I count the mirror on the ground?
Yes, the mirror is considered a target.
Okay, so 9 targets then. And this might really hurt me. Okay, so I have attack bonuses on all 3 at the top, right?
Um,
Because they're
I don't
dazed.
Was that
think
only
they
something
are
to
dazed
Phillies?
anymore. Because Philly has taken his turn since that happened, so I do not think
Ah.
that they are dazed anymore.
Correct. Sorry.
But they are prone. That's
They
not
are
gonna do
prone,
anything.
which doesn't help you for.
Okay.
But the
Can I
Nira,
s-
what's this one? Nira number 3, you have a +2 to hit on because he has the penalty of defenses from Drak.
Oh god. Okay. Man, I am so glad I redid these macros. This is making this a lot easier actually. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, Mirak Nira, the one next to me, the one next to Philly, the one next to the Kalarim Nira is dazed, so I get +2 there.
Mm-hmm.
And then is the one
Nobody
next
else
to
is dazed.
Okay.
Drak
I
missed the
missed
one next time.
Yeah, I missed which one it is that I get the +2.
So you get a
Two.
+2 on this guy and a +2 on this guy.
Oh, okay. So the very first one I didn't put the +2. So it's
That's
going
fine.
to be a 27 versus fortitude. So I crit the broken mirror.
That is probably going to be very relevant. Uh, so we'll do the mirror last.
Okay. So 27.
20. This is against fortitude. I don't think 27 hits. It does
Probably
not.
doesn't. Yeah. Okay. And then Nira, Silit Nira 1 is a 28.
Is a miss.
Okay. And then crit 36 on Mirak
Your
Nira.
crit is Nira 2, right?
1,
Oh, no, it's not.
2,
It's
3.
23.
No, it's the mirror.
Miss. Crit.
Hit. Yes.
Hit.
36.
You take 10 points of damage.
Yep.
And then 31 fortitude on this guy, which is hit. So you take 10 more points of damage. 39, which is a hit, so 10 points of damage. So you take a total of 10 3 times, which is reduced
Which is
by
30.
that. Well, but you have the resist 5, so
Oh yeah.
that
Whew.
resist 5 is going to really matter here.
Yes, it is. What is my HP? Is it 93? Yeah. Okay. So we're okay. And
You get 50
then
basically. So 39.
39.
So 34 on the Nero 1 is going to hit, and 29 on Nero 2 is going to miss.
Okay.
So I only need to actually apply damage on one guy.
Yes.
And then I need
And
to resolve it.
I would like to push him away from me. I think I can push him. Hold on a second. I can push him an additional square. Rolling. Though. I can push him 2 squares. Can I push him to here? Behind Drak?
You push him to where? No.
No. Okay. Then I'll push him.
Actually, no. Technically, yeah, you can. You can do that.
Okay. Then I'll push him there.
Man. So Calorim Nira 4, the one that banished itself,
Mm-hmm.
you did enough damage to the mirror to kill him through the mirror.
How
Nice
does
job.
that work? That sounds made up.
So basically, he puts the mirror in there, and then when you throw the spell into it, you can see the power of the spell being dispersed as this little fractured glass kind of mini portal into the plane happens, and you push enough power through to overload the mirror. Part of this is because it's thunder damage, so the thunder damage does a bunch of extra damage to these creatures. So it is vulnerable to thunder. It takes a ton of the damage, and then if you break the mirror, if you do enough damage to keep going, it then takes all the damage. So it took the 20 points of damage to break the mirror, 20 points of thunder damage to break the mirror, and then it had 30 hit points left, and you hit it for 37 extra damage. So it comes into existence and then dies.
Hell yeah.
Nice job.
Woo. Okay. So that triggers my Dark Reaping, which is nice.
Because all the other deaths don't matter.
That was the one I really wanted. And then I am going to. I have a minor action, so I'm going to curse.
You have a standard action left as well.
Yes, I do. I'm going to curse Nira number 2, the bloodied one, because it's closest to me.
Okay.
Oh, wait. A bunch of stuff died.
Yeah.
How many times can I take the same free action in a turn?
It depends on what the free action is.
So when a creature dies... Oh, wait, no. Never mind.
Reaping is an encounter power, so you can only use one once.
Yeah, Reaping is. Relentless Curse isn't, but I have to have it cursed beforehand. That's totally fine. Right. Okay, so I'm going to curse Nira number 2.
Use the purple.
Yeah, Calorim Nira number 2. And yes, I do use the purple. And then I'm going to curse Silit Nira number
1.
1. Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
And then I'm going to, see how this goes. I'm going to cast the Dream of Mualtar on the 3 at the top of the 3 Nira at the top of the battle map.
Okay.
It's a close blast 7, I think. And I don't think I can reach anything else. So I have attack advantage. I have +2 to the Calorim Nira, right? Because of the defenses.
Mm-hmm.
And then I have +2 because I'm concealed and he's cursed on Silit Nira 1.
Okay.
And then nothing on Silit Nira 2.
Okay.
Damage modify 8. And we're gonna Dark Reaping Silit number 1 if it hits.
The 20, the 30 might, but I think the others.
Oh,
so unfortunately, that's a row of 3 misses.
Damn it. Okay.
Does have damage.
It does have damage. So Warlock's Curse.
Warlock's Curse does not apply because you have to hit for curse.
Okay.
So 16 looks like? No.
18. Wait, yeah, half damage, right?
Yeah. The lightning, what's it called? Helm. The
Crown
what's
of
the thing
Brilliant
called?
Sun. Oh no, it's the ring. Ring of Brilliant. No.
I don't know if it's when you hit.
Yeah, I'm checking. When you hit, yes. Okay.
Yes.
So it's just the first one.
Yep.
Okay, so 16 damage to each of them. And then this creates the zone, right?
Sure.
Okay. So then I need to make the zone.
Okay.
5, 6, 2, 6, 7, 2, 6, 7. I'll All creatures other than me have vulnerable 5 lightning, 5 thunder.
Cool. All right, a lot of stuff.
And that's it for me.
The Nira number 2. Let's see. Actually get to have a thing that, takes an action. So first thing it's going to do, it raises one of its hands. You see the hand splits into several different versions of what looks to be like mirror replicants of the same hand. And it gestures with one of the fingers towards the Kalarim Nira number 2 as it recharges one of the mirrored abilities. So the Nira 2 recharges its vortex.
Rude.
Second thing it's going to do is when it does that, you see one of the hands pass through where the Nira is and gesture towards Morin, and one gesture towards Griffle. So it's going to use its omnipresent attack to include 2 targets for a ranged attack. Does he have the range to get to Griffle? Maybe. Doesn't have a reason to go after Griffle quite yet. Let's see. He's not seen the helm yet, so no. So it's gonna target Filibuster with 1 and Morin with the other. So it is going to cast. First target is Morin, and if it connects, he can mirror the attack to Filibuster. Going to attempt to capture your image.
That is my intellectual property.
Yeah.
Miss.
30 will. I don't know if that's going to connect.
It misses.
Nice. So
I stand strong for you, brother.
You can see what
Well,
capture
you're
image
also
does
in
now.
a plus will zone.
Yeah.
So the kind of shard appears around you. You get this weird sort of reality bending effect as the shard of glass attempts to capture you in it and shift you to another plane. But it does not succeed. So he's minored, standard. Sorry.
Could I tell what plane he was trying to shift me to?
He was trying to shift you to like a little demi plane. So a very small one that would only be like a few feet across. So because he doesn't, because the DM doesn't think he's going to live very long, he's going to action point. And he is going to, I believe, just shoot a shard. Yeah. I'm trying to think if there's a reason to use different things, but I think the answer is just going to be to shoot a ranged basic attack at Morin so he can get away from this rolling echo. Attempt to. Natural 1. Nope. Marik Nira number 4. These guys did not get to act at 21 because I accidentally deleted them. No, I didn't. I just hit it. So there should be a guy acting. The 2 down here should act at 21. So I'll do that real quick, and then we'll go to the rest. So the Marik Nira number 1 is going to swing at one of many, and the other one is going to swing at Griffle. So one of many shot at you.
Melee.
Melee shot. Yep.
Okay.
It misses with its broken mirror blade. Griffle shot at you. Wow. That is 3 natural 1s from my guys in a row.
Yeah.
And this guy over
I guess
here.
Rock's curse has shifted targets.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So he's going to go here, take a shot at Morin. So -2 because of concealment.
Moran says he has an interrupt. He said, BRB, if I get hit by anything, I have an interrupt.
Well, he's going to get shot by him, and then we'll figure out what happens in a moment. Claire, Drock, it is your turn.
Oh my. Oh my, oh my. So I should probably do the thing. Let's see.
So the pink box is no longer a thing, yes?
I'm gonna use it again, but
Okay. Question. My Shattered Time is not ally friendly, right?
I'm almost positive it is.
Okay.
The Shatter Time is a single target attack. So you pick a dude and smack him real hard, and then it creates the Shatter Time from you in every direction. So you stand someplace, hit a dude, and then it creates one of these mini colorful boxes on the ground.
Oh
that
right,
then
yeah.
causes
Okay.
problems.
Okay. Box in the ground of causing problems. Sounds like fun. I feel like okay, let's see. 1, 2, 3.
So you can either try to lock down the Silitnera that are up there, try to take them out, or you could create use the Shatter Time to create a choke point at the entrance here.
Okay, any reason I shouldn't do the Caroline Nira?
So hit this guy to create a choke point, or hit one of these guys to try to deal with the Silit, the stronger ones.
Okay.
Did I actually get hit by something?
Yes, you did.
Mhm.
So
Or give me a second, or type it out because I'm trying to have Drock take her turn.
it affects Drock's turn.
Okay, well then if it does, go ahead.
Yeah, what's going on? What's up?
So if you take the damage from whatever attack hit me,
You'll
you'll get a +2 to your attacks and a +5 to your damage. But I don't know which attack was supposed to hit me.
The 5 damage from the Marik Nira. So
Oh
he
yeah,
goes
so if you want to take 5 damage, you can get a +2 to
that-
attack rolls and a +5 to damage rolls.
Hold up.
Am I
is
allowed
that
to do that
5
just
damage?
like right now?
yes.
Yeah.
Is that 5 damage minus the resist 5?
Yes,
It-
it would be.
It would have been if it hit
I don't-
Morin.
I don't think I have
right.
resist 5.
Yeah.
No, you
and there's
don't.
the ongoing 10.
Yeah, so Morin will still take the ongoing 10.
Mhm.
Oh,
But it's just Drock will take 5 damage.
Okay. And that's
you-
not that doesn't require me to hit that guy in particular, right?
No,
Nope,
you
just get the
it for whole
bonus.
round.
Okay, sounds cool. 5 damage done. Yeah, I think I'm gonna work on zoning the scary guys then. And then 1, 2. Okay, so there's no point in it being that. Okay, of the scary guys, does anybody look particularly fucked up right now?
So if you look on that map, you can. I mean, it's hard to see because there's so many tokens and things. But the ones that have the little double heart on it are bloodied. So that means they're half health or lower. So the Silitnera number 2 is not half health, and the Silitnera number 1 is half health. The Calorim Nira 2 and Calorim Nira 3 are both half health or lower. And I think
Okay.
Calorim 1. So a lot of stuff is below half health.
Okay, so then I think I'm going to go ahead and move here. And I think I'm actually gonna try to. What's the lock indication?
That's a marker for me to know that they have spent an action point. So you don't have to worry about the lock. But if you're going to move there, that means I get to swing at you
Right, with Nira 2, right?
with a couple of things. So real quick,
Yeah, so if I move here and then like slide diagonally, I still provoke.
so when you move, you're starting here, right?
Yeah.
So when you leave this square, you're in a square that is threatened by 2 things.
Right.
So these guys will get to smack you as you leave, but then you'll be able to walk over there and just stand there. So
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Have them smack me.
all right. Sharp blade. You're still concealed. 32 is going to miss. Still concealed. 25 is going to miss. All right, carry on.
All right. Awesome. So I think I'm going to target Slitnira 2 in hopes of bloodying him and getting my thingamajig. So I'll Shattered Time him, and I really want this to hit. So I think I would like to use my 18 for that.
Okay. So you use your 18 from the die. So go ahead and make the attack, and we'll just ignore the attack roll. And 18 on the die is definitely going to hit.
Okay. That's okay. Oh, that's the op attack. Okay. So this is the regular one. Input value, and it just has 0 question mark, and my options are 0 or 1, and I don't know what it's asking of me.
0 is 0.
0 is 0. No situational attack bonus, right?
+5. Yes.
Oh,
sorry,
right.
no. It is a situation. So +2 to attack rolls. So it should be 2 for situational attack bonus, and then situational damage bonus is 5.
Okay. 2, 5.
The attack roll one doesn't really matter because it's auto 18, but still. 32 points of damage. Ow.
And then I create my little zone and question. I don't to use a healing power is a minor, or a healing surge is like a minor or a free?
It depends entirely on what you're trying to do. Generally speaking, it's a standard action. Also, the real answer is it's a free action for Drock to ask for someone to heal him, and then it is turn.
Yeah, because I see something on my character sheet that says power healing encounter free action.
Probably his belt.
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, he probably had. He used to have the belt. I don't think he does anymore.
Okay, so I should just ignore that.
Yeah, I'm looking. I don't think he does.
Okay, well, if I don't have action economy to do anything to top off my HP, then I feel like I should probably battle.
You should probably what? Sorry.
Battle.
Cut out again.
It's cutting off the last half of that.
Battle feint.
Battle feint. Okay.
Let's see. One ally. But oh no, because I don't really have any allies adjacent, because I'm two spaces away, right? So I really can't do that, huh?
Yeah, you can't battle feint, but you can battle mind's demand. So you can pick a couple of targets to mark, which is probably what he would do with this minor action.
Okay. That is, I don't think that's one of the things I know what it is.
So battle mind's demand is you pick, if you augment it 1, which is probably what he would do, you get to pick 2 creatures and you get to mark them until you don't want them to be marked anymore. So click on your token, go to Battle Mind's Demand, and then when it asks you for augment 1, and then you pick 2 targets that are now going to be marked by him.
Okay, augment 1. Writing that down.
So who do you want to force to focus on you?
All right. Well, I do believe. What's my range on that?
Burst 5, so it's 5 squares in any direction.
Burst 5 of me. 4, 5. which means I could probably get that far nearer if I wanted.
Nope. This one's too far away. You can get
I was
pretty
thinking
much anyone else.
Yeah, so okay, so how about this guy? Oh, that's not it. So this guy and this guy.
Gotcha. They are marked.
Cool. And that concludes my turn.
All right. You are no longer concealed. Griffel, you are up.
Greetings. What does the green square do? What is that?
Tree of Life gives you some defensive bonuses.
Oh, cool. All right. So, I would like to provoke. Okay, so first of all, sustain minor, because this has actually been like more useful than I thought it was going to be. I was like, oh yeah, resist 5 is like not very much.
And then people getting pinged a whole bunch of times for 10.
So, I will provoke the op to move up to here.
Okay.
Actually, no, hold up. Sorry. I will shift 1 to here.
Mhm.
Because I have reach. So, wait, I still have reach, right? I still technically have like a spike chain and all that. Yeah, okay, cool. Just thinking because it's my new weapon. And, oh my god, I'm so excited, Gary. You know what I'm going to do?
I have no idea.
I'm so excited. Okay,
Whoa.
so I'm gonna start with Pelarim Nera 1, who looks like he's dazed. So CA, right?
He is, and yes.
Cool.
Oh, Blade Cascade. Oh, well, he's gonna die. Although 29 AC is actually going to miss, unfortunately.
Reroll.
Oh.
No, reroll. Where is it?
Baneslayer reroll?
Oh, I'm so stupid. There we go.
Okay.
Don't
What did I
fuck it
roll
up.
anyway? I rolled a
Roll
I
a-
rolled a 6. No wonder. Actually, can I? So there was some confusion about the dice of auspicious fortune. Because you said we couldn't roll them on the ship, but that there would still be time, like if we knew we were going to go into some stuff.
Correct.
That
yeah,
like once we left the ship, there would have been time.
Correct. If you want to have your dice active, they can be active.
Okay. Because one of mine was a crit, so.
You're gonna put the crit on the Blade Cascade?
I rolled a 2, which is, I'm not going to use that one obviously, and I rolled an 18 and a 20. So.
Sounds good. So you're
So
gonna use
I will
20?
take. Yeah, I will. So can we hold the Baneslayer reroll in reserve?
I guess I will do it again.
No, because the thing
Yeah,
is,
I know what you're saying. Yeah, no.
Yeah, I
send
can
it.
still use
wanna
it, but I'd rather
see
use my
absolutely
dice
dumpster everything
Yeah.
Gary loves.
This is a real improved knock situation happening right now.
Alright, so let's resolve the crit for starters. Because I will use the 21st.
So the crit happens, which gives you 2 weapon openings. So make a melee basic.
Awesome. He is also dazed, so the bow.
So that unfortunately misses. But now
fine.
you get to continue Blaze Cascade.
Cool. I do need to roll my crit damage though.
Okay. I was assuming that the crit was from up here, right?
Oh, yeah, it's incorporated. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah.
I've been playing too many different systems and things recently. So yes, my crit damage is included. He's not quarried, so that's fine. Okay, Blade Cascade again. If I don't hit this time, I will use the 18 from Auspicious Dice.
So you have to do it beforehand, and it's so you.
Oh yeah,
You
we're
can't
using the
swing
18.
and then decide to use it. You have to decide to use it before you attack.
Okay, well I had said like I would.
Wait, isn't it also an encounter power? So you can only use one of the
so you can only
dice?
use one of them.
Oh,
So now we use
really?
the Baneslayer reroll.
Yes.
Okay, now we use Baneslayer.
Oh, you definitely use Baneslayer now.
Press the button.
I'm not gonna push
So
the button.
31. I re-roll it.
Yep, reroll that.
Cool. Okay. Oh, what are my
Wow.
rolls? Fuck me!
That's unfortunate.
I think I have Drock's curse, guys.
Pass
My
it
last
on.
rolls were a 6, a 2, a 1, and a 5.
Your attack bonus.
Oh.
4, 6, 9. 9 and 6 is 15.
Yeah, it should
15
be.
and this is 22.
It should be 21.
I think it's 20. I think the total should be plus. Okay, so 20. It is correct. Yeah.
Hang on.
Yep. The total is plus 23. So yes, that is right. So you have your stone reroll, and that's the last one you've got. The question is whether you want to use it or not.
How much do you
I
hate this
will.
random creature?
I'm so mad about this. I'm gonna use it. I'm gonna fucking put everything I can into this because I'm so upset about this. I will use my stone reroll.
All right,
Okay.
enter rage.
I
There we
Okay,
go.
that's better.
That's a hit.
think
Okay,
we may
so
fight a
that's
Star
hit
Shadow a
number
little
2,
later on.
right?
Yeah, and I'm tracking the damage all together. So
Okay, so it's hit number 2. So then we go for hit number 3.
mhm.
Come on, man! Like, don't fuck me. Okay, that's good. That's good.
Hit number 3. Yeah.
Is he dead yet?
50.
I was
Is
just
he-
adding. Yeah, he's definitely dead.
Okay, hit number. Okay, so hit number 4 is going into this one here, whose name is apparently off somewhere else. He doesn't have a name tag attached, according to what I can see. This
I
one here.
banished it
Mhm.
along with his friend.
Let me see. Okay, yeah. So you did actually need all 3 swings to kill number 1.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Keep going.
Okay, so does this one have any status effects against it at the
Nope.
minute? Okay, so attack number. Oh,
Oh,
that's okay.
Blade
Look, I
Cascade.
killed one of them. It's not
yeah, that's
nothing.
huge. No.
All right. That is move, standard, and minor.
And minor. Yep. That was a lot of fucking.
That's a lot of rolls.
Jesus Christ. That was a lot of rerolls, and a lot of bad rolls, and also a lot of damage. Do I want an action point? I do have it.
Did you do a total of 107 damage
Yeah.
after missing like 4 rolls?
Yes.
Yeah, keep rolling until you miss or have rolled 5 times or have missed 5 times, but also use 5 powers to make those misses not misses.
Sorry, I don't know. Is it worth action pointing here? How are we looking? We're all
I'm
kind of beat up.
I'm thinking about action pointing on my turn. Maybe.
Yeah, I think I will actually. So what's the what are all these effects that so one of many your
Nothing right now, but I'm just gonna use the box again.
Yeah. The
Okay,
pink
and does
doesn't do
that- is that-
anything. The yellow is Shattered Time, which protects you. The dark blue is vulnerable, but that doesn't help you because you don't do any lightning damage.
so
the
nothing's
green
gonna
bar.
directly affect or harm me if I go stand in the midst of that, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Cool. I think I'm gonna do attacks on the run. I'm gonna land the first one into this guy, and then so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm gonna get up to here and land the second one into the Silitnera 2.
Okay.
I will provoke from that guy.
He's already taken his attack.
Okay, cool. So attack on the run. Where's the button?
opportunity
many
attacks being once per turn seems like it's like, oh, well, obviously, and then the turn takes 15 minutes because you're making 25 attacks. That is 2 misses, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's all right. It's my roll today, man.
I mean, it's 2 misses that deal 20
Half damage on a miss.
like,
Yeah.
30. Well, they do 36 damage, just divided among 2 targets. So, still not bad.
Cool. That's me. Here, take my action point.
It is taken. Slit Nira number 1. So he is going to teleport to there. Oh, that's right. He has to go next to another. He has to go next to a mirror or next to a creature. So he'll just teleport to there. He'd like to get further away, but I don't think he can and still do what he wants to do. So now that he sees something there, there's this weird sort of feedback in the area, like a bunch of different voices are talking. And then the Nira does the sort of strange wavy hand thing, gestures at Drock, gestures at Griffle. So first attack is going to be against Drock, second attack is going to be against Griffle. So banish on Drock. Capture damage, 37 against Will for Drock, I believe is a connect.
Does he have a +4 to will?
I don't know what the bonus from the aura is. I've already
Creation is 2.
Is it a power or
Power bonus.
Are you there, Claire?
Oh, I sure am muted. Hi. Oh no.
37 hits your will, yes?
Sorry, say again?
37 hits your will, yes?
That sounds right. You sure does.
All right. So it gestures at you. This sort of strange broken glass effect happens around you. And then you guys see Drock get popped into being removed from play. So I'm going to set you up here kind of off of the map as a denotation that you're over here where the blue number 1 is.
Wow.
So that's where you are in the map for right now. So you're removed from play save ends, means that you can still take actions. You're in a little pocket dimension, but you don't have line of effect or line of sight. You can't get out of it. When the effect, so you have that save ends. When it, while you're within it, if the Slit Nira takes any damage, you take 20 points of damage while you're in the prison.
How rude.
That does seem very rude.
Mhm.
And then it's going to repeat the attack on Griffle.
No.
Jeez.
23 is going to miss, I assume.
Miss. Yeah.
I hope so.
Um, and it is going to action point and send another shard at Griffle. 23 for the mirror portal is going to miss.
Yeah. Glad I'm not the only one.
So two misses into you. And that is it for the Nira. Vinny, you're up.
Okay. Um. Think. Man, there's not like a ton of guys to gather up. That- Um. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna do Void Shard. And so the pull is ally friendly, so you guys will not be pulled, but this will gather them up.
If you move it one up, will you grab the other sillet?
Yeah, but if that Sillet takes damage, then Jock takes 20 damage. So I feel like we don't want to attack that one. Or do you disagree?
How much?
If you think you can dome it in one hit,
Yeah, so like next turn is when it'll take damage from Void, right?
Yes, but like, I guess I was thinking like we keep it out of the mix, maybe. Because if I pull it in and it hits, then it will take damage from. I was gonna action point, I think.
Oh, okay.
For clarity, if you do kill it, Drock will reappear and will not take the damage from the killing blow.
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna kill it in one hit though.
Okay. I don't think so
And then-
either, but also clarifying that the way that the effect works.
Sure.
One can dream.
Yeah.
I mean, I've got 20 hit points to lose. So, you know.
Yeah, I don't think it's worth it for me. And then I'm also thinking,
Claire, did you see my message?
Oh, now I have.
I try to type stuff when it's on other people's turns, but keep going one.
okay. Yeah. So I think I'm gonna do it like this. So Void Shard, augment 1.
Oh wait, this is ally friendly.
Yeah. It also misses a lot of people. I
Okay,
think.
never mind. No, it's totally.
Yeah.
It doesn't.
I was gonna say the 20. This is reflex 27 is definitely not going to connect. The 22 is a miss. The 28 would be on the Marique Nira, which I think is also a miss, and the 34 is on Nira number 2. So that is a hit on Nira number 2. So yoink.
Okay. Well, that sucks. Let's see. I don't know, guys. These are like resistant to most of my stuff. Okay. I'll try doing Living Missile on the Nira 3. The Calorim Nira.
Okay.
So I'm action pointing.
This is Calorie Nira number 2. No,
3.
number 3. The one's in the back.
Or do you guys have input on something you want to be moved somewhere?
If you can move anything that isn't within 2 squares of me, within 2 squares.
Of you? Okay.
Mhm.
All right. So let me take I'm gonna try for the Sillet Nira 2. And I'm gonna try to smash it into the Calorim Nira 2. Okay.
Okay. And the DM is going to have to figure out how this works.
Oh my gosh. These rolls.
Huh. All right. Well, it doesn't do anything. Okay.
No, it does. It's still.
No. I mean, his thing doesn't do anything.
Oh, okay. All right. And so until the end of my next turn, the target's against or attacks
Slowed
against
save
targets.
ends.
What's that?
He slowed
Yeah.
save ends.
Yeah, and because it's an action point, attacks against the Silit Nira 2 can score a crit.
I'll give a little radioactive for that.
Mm.
And then
It's on
you get a minor
it's
action.
on Silit Nira, not Calorim Nira.
Oh.
Yeah.
Number 2.
Was I not paying attention? I thought you said it was on the other thing. Did you change?
She was
changed.
trying to smash it into
Gotcha.
Calorim Nira.
Gotcha.
But
gotcha.
I'm gonna smash it into Calorim Nira 2.
Okay, so
Okay.
like this.
Yes.
So the 25 fortitude is going to miss. So half damage. So 9. All right, so you pick him up, throw him across. The two things sort of bounce off of each other, the shards intermingling for a moment and then separating.
Okay. So that is my standard and my action point. I'm going to shift.
Is it possible for you to move it here instead so it's not right next to me?
Yes.
Yep.
Perfect.
Okay, and then the void shard is also under the Calorim Nira too, I guess.
Yep.
Yep. Okay. All right, that is my turn.
Near number 3. He's going to stand up. Well, he'll teleport up from prone. Question is, so he sees the explosion is happening around Morin. He's already been hit and taken damage from that. Can't get next. Ooh, Nero over here in the corner has never taken a turn. So that guy needs to have his. He somehow got missed in the whole having a turn thing. Yeah, it's probably worth it just to get in there, anyways. 1, 2, 3, 4. Can he get to? Yeah, I mean, it's a dangerous move to get in there into the echo, but well, would this be the same number of targets? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, he can't get away from the echo, so no real point in trying. He can't get away from the echo and do his explosion. So close push 4. Griffle, Morin, Filibuster are the 3 targets. 32 AC on Griffle, 42 AC on Morin,
Ouch.
and 32 AC on Filibuster.
32 is a miss.
30 damage.
Good girl.
Mhm.
Right?
Hi.
It hurts.
Come on.
Actually, 25 damage because we have resist 5.
Oh, thank goodness.
And he's going to summon 4 of the Nira into the echo.
Yeah.
And it's his turn. Filibuster, you're up.
I take ongoing 10, but it's -5.
Mhm.
Okay, thank goodness.
Heal us.
I'm going to heal me. Sorry, one moment. Yes, and I did crit, so this is my bonus heal. So 11 plus healing surge. My healing surge is 21.
Might be talking to yourself.
No. Oh, well, then I'm happy to reroll
Which
that.
is, it's important for future stuff. You can do whatever for the heal. Do you sustain your zone?
Well, if can I turn a move to a minor?
You can turn a
How
move.
does that work?
Yes, you can turn a move to a minor.
Okay, let me do my attack first and see how that goes.
Okay.
Okay, so 13 plus 21 is 34.
Okay.
Then I'm going to I'm kind of scared. uh Oh, they're all minions, so if I use sustain minor, they just die.
That is the case. Yes.
Yeah, but they'll kill me.
No, because I'm killing them.
But I think they can target anyone that they can see, right?
They can, but they've typically targeted the person that killed them.
Typically.
And then what's the mirror? If I use my sustain minor, what's that doing to the mirror?
The one that's just representing where Drock is banished.
Oh, it doesn't. It's not actually doing anything.
You can damage it, but you know that it's going to hurt Drock. So
But sustain minor will do
the
that.
sustain minor is not going to hurt it because it's not an enemy.
Understood. Okay, let's do it. Yeah. Sustain minor, so that hits. I'll just hit the button again.
So it does technically hit the Kalarim Nira, but he has a higher resist radiant, so it doesn't matter. So it is going to kill these 4.
Okay.
So pop, 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 pop. And they were commanded by the Kalarim Nira that it's
Actually,
just summoned them
Gary.
specifically to go after Morin. So Morin, you take 20 points of damage.
-5.
No, that's with
Oh,
the
he's
minus.
fine.
That's with the -5.
No.
That's with minus 20. He would have taken 40 damage from that if he didn't have Moment of Glory.
If you go down, can you live?
Yes. But it severely impacts my ability. I even had a way out of that whole shenanigans that Gary tried too. I was gonna teleport to the one place where I get everything that wasn't a minion.
Wait,
No.
aren't you like technically a revenant? Don't you? You don't go down when you go
I'm
to
not
0,
technically a revenant. I am a revenant.
right? Okay, well look.
She revokes her resist 5.
Yeah.
No, not yet. I'm not ready for that yet.
Don't fuck with me, Morin. Don't fuck with me.
So
Okay, I am going to.
You use 2
Oh.
minor actions. What do you use your standard?
Yeah,
I am going to. I'm sorry, Larry.
Larry.
It's not me. I don't
I'm going to
hate
use.
camp.
This is the one I wanted.
I don't think
that's
so.
not- Dude, I always forget Lessons of History and Guides of the Past. They're the same thing. Guides of the Past on an attack roll on Silit Nira 2. And then I'm going to use Thunder of Judgment on Silit Nira 2, Kalarim Nira 2, and Kalarim Nira 3.
Okay.
What?
Nothing.
Why'd you say that so dismissively?
What are you attacking?
Nothing.
Silit
Go
Nira
ahead.
2, Kalarim Nira 2, and Kalarim Nira 3.
I just realized that I wasn't talking to myself when I was checking his ability, but continue.
That's fucked up. Okay. Do I have any bonuses against any of these? No. Okay. 2, 3.
Thunder of
They
Judgment.
are larger than me. Those rolls
That is
suck.
3 misses. So you don't have to worry about him hitting you back because you have to hit them for that to happen.
Amazing. I'm considering if I want an action point or not. I do have an extra action point because of Symbol of Victory, which you so graciously gave me. But I don't.
If the Kalarim Nira gets a turn, it's probably going to get really bad.
Which one is this?
Number 2.
Skylar Nero 2?
Yeah. So he still has he has the last burst up. The big blender thing that keeps hitting everybody.
Yeah, my attacks are poopy.
What I can help you with.
Drock should have stall tactics. Did he?
What?
He did take that, right?
He did take that, and I was thinking about that, but
I can Rain of Blood, actually. I'm going to action point and Rain of Blood.
the
So
reason that I
action
didn't
point-
like it is that it could have made this encounter incredibly lethal.
Mm.
Like if you didn't kill them, they were probably going to knock down at least one person when they got their turn.
Oh, you mean like how it's about to happen to me?
Well, it's just if you stall tactics in a group where there's like a bunch of burst and blasts,
Oh.
like
They
the
all go
team bad
together.
guy all
Wait,
get together
Gary.
at the same time would be bad. What's up?
We have
You
to go
didn't
back a
you didn't
step.
do your guidance?
Yes, it was 12. On the I said Silit Nira, but if you're telling me that, well, I guess yeah. So Silit Nira, which would have been
I mean, this is the action point, so you get it on all 3. So
but on my previous attack roll, I used Guidance of the Past.
oh, that's right. So on Silit Nira 2 would have been 7 higher, right? So 32.
Yes.
Yes, 32 for hits for 18.
Thunder damage.
Hmm.
Nope.
And I will not push it.
18. So 20. 30 something. He's dead.
Nice.
Okay, so action
29
point.
health. I was trying to figure out like he is 30. It doesn't matter. 30 something. He's dead.
Wait, I can use it. I get it on every single attack roll, or does the single guidance roll hit all of them?
So it's a single thing for normal, and then the level 10 feature says when you spend an action point to act, you can use guidance effects with the action, even if you've already expended the power. So you get it on one of the attacks with it for free.
Okay, so we'll use this on Nero 2, so it's a 10.
It's a 10.
And then I will use Rain of Blood centered to the left of Morin.
Okay.
Rain
Rain
of
blood on top of Morin.
He likes it. He needs to feel some sort of life.
I stand in the rain of blood to feel alive. 25 versus Fortitude is going to miss.
30 versus Fortitude. It's 30 versus Fortitude because it's going to
30 Fortitude is also a miss.
Oh.
The 37, however, is a hit for enough damage to knock that guy out.
And Morin, you get +4 to attacks
Excellent.
if you live.
He doesn't need to live. He's a revenant.
I haven't been alive for
So
Okay,
70 years.
and then I get to roll a saving throw.
save versus the ongoing. I assume you included your +2 to attacks from all of your nonsense and all of that because you healed yourself to give yourself +2 to attacks at the beginning.
Good joke, Gary. I did not. So that would be a 32.
All right, so that will actually hit this guy. So he takes 18
God damn it.
and is vulnerable something.
Give on
Five.
5 flat. Should really highlight that, shouldn't I?
Okay. All right. Minions. The minions get to go. One of the minions is going to attempt to finish off Morin because he thinks that you're almost dead. He doesn't understand how this works.
Doesn't matter
Uh,
if he understands.
39
You're
AC.
so
So
moody.
It
10
hits.
points of ongoing damage.
I already, does that go up to 20 or just stay at 10?
No. It just stays at 10. And then he realizes that it didn't work and is a little sad about it. So the
So
other
wait.
two that are down by one of many,
Oh, right.
it is 0 because you've got.
Correct. Yes.
So this one's going to try to shoot. Did you succeed at your save, Phil? Cool.
I
So
did.
one of them is going to shoot one of many to see if he can spread this whole glorious ongoing damage. So 36 versus one of many
Is that a
range attack.
range attack?
Throws the spear.
Yes, that does hit.
So no damage, and then you take ongoing 10. And the
Okay.
other one is going to really doesn't want to move into that. He's going to move next to his other buddy and throw the spear through the hole at Filibuster, because Filibuster doesn't have ongoing 10 right now. He would like to solve that. He solves that problem. So Filibuster, 0 points of damage from Moment of Glory, ongoing 10. And then this one up here is going to chuck a spear down at Griffle because it doesn't know what all these things are, but doesn't want to stand on them. 38. So Griffle, 0 damage, ongoing 10.
This has been. I don't know if you should get rid of this power.
It's a level 1 daily for the record.
That's so
Wow.
fun.
It's the perfect combat for it.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to be in the middle of this, and I have a mirror I can teleport next to. So he will teleport adjacent to the mirror and use the final vortex. So Griffle, Morin, Filibuster, 3 targets. 41 versus Griffle, 38 versus Morin, and 32 versus Filibuster. Filibuster, maybe?
No, that's a
Force
miss
damage,
on
though.
me.
Wait, I have a new
I'm
situational for
untouchable.
this.
Let me check see if this works.
I think that's 3 hits.
I'm gonna use prescient defense. That's the thing I just picked up.
Nice. Let's put this guy to Glare. And
This is great, actually. This is actually amazing.
Are you just gonna die? Are you gonna roll over?
No, I'm not.
I'm so
In fact, I've
confused.
actually just gotten more powerful. Because
down.
oh, do I not? I don't have a. Gosh darn it. Okay. How much damage did he do to me?
That guy just did 23 to you
Okay, so he
So-
takes 23 damage.
from something.
The Belt of San Lenore Righteousness. An attack reduces you to
Minus
0 hit points
5.
or fewer. The triggering attacker takes damage equal to the damage you took from the triggering attack.
Okay, so you would have taken 18 because of
Yes.
resistance, so he'll also take 18. Okay. How?
That's all. Is it my turn?
Well, it's your turn. So
Yay! Okay, so the first thing that we're gonna do is we're gonna rolling echo. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 targets.
yeah.
We don't have advantage against any of them,
What is this guy doing?
but Nera 2 is currently vulnerable 5 to lightning and thunder. So
He's vulnerable 5 to everything too.
cool. Does that hit everything?
27. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the fourth target is 27, which is going to miss.
Okay.
The others are all hits.
Okay.
All right. Well, you take 15 points of damage.
No, because I'm actually resist 10 to all damage now.
Nice. So you get sandblasted
Dude
because
is just making shit up.
all 3 of
Warlock
them
bullshit.
like they don't know that you have the Belt of San Lenore's Righteousness. So the first one would hit you, and if any of them lived, they would stop hitting you while you're below 0 for just 10. But since all 3 of them die at the same time, all 3 of them are going to target you with it to try to finish you off, and then it just sort of glances off of you.
Hell yeah. So that was my free action at the start of my turn. And I think now that I've been unlocked, I'm going to.
You are
It's
dazed.
just my first form.
Yes, I am currently dazed, so I just get 1 action, right?
You get 1 action. Correct.
So
Wait, was he dazed at the start of his turn?
yes.
Wait, 1 second. Wait. Recreation has a lot of lines.
It does, doesn't it?
If an ally is dazed, dominated, or stunned at the start of their turn, they can make a saving throw.
Yeah, it is not a.
It's not a save ends,
Oh, okay, never mind.
Unfortunately,
sadly. Okay. I am going to pain to pleasure. Ha
Okay.
ha ha. On Silit Nira 1. There's the button. I don't have any. Oh wait, I do have attack bonuses against him. I am concealed from him currently. Why does this say +5 damage?
he is vulnerable to lightning and thunder right now, so that would be 5 extra lightning and thunder damage.
Yeah, so it should be. It should be Oh, I know why. Okay, so he's an extra 5 vulnerable.
Because of your blast.
Yeah. So a 31 or 32 versus reflex. Do either of those hit?
I believe both of those hit.
Okay, then
They
it's going to
both.
be 42 fire and lightning.
And he is cursed.
He's cursed. He takes an extra 8 psychic damage.
It matters because he has 44 health.
I did 42.
You did 42, and the 8 extra will finish him off, which causes Drock to reappear and the others to dissipate.
All right, and I
Right.
heal 4 HP.
That was a little more close than I thought it was going to be at the start there.
Yeah.
I said earlier I was glad that you guys, since you kicked on the door to go do this, I was glad you got the surprise round because that is a nasty combat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I sure do
I'm-
like
I'm
being on
s-
this plane of existence.
I'm sorry to say this, Gary, but all of your combats are nasty.
I mean, if it's not a hard combat, why are we even doing it?
Right.
Good point.
And we don't get combat that often, so it's pretty satisfying when we do.
How does the ongoing 10 work? We just take it one more time.
You take one instance of it and then it fades.
I am knocked down again.
Wait, you
After
still
getting back
resist
up.
5, don't you?
Yeah, but I'm at 4 HP.
I thought you gained health back.
Yeah, I'm
You
at
did,
4
you did,
HP.
You gain 4. Oh wait, so does the -5 happens to the ongoing too?
Yes.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
cool.
Okay, so then I get back up at what? 1 HP?
You're
I
at
don't know.
4 and then you take 5.
So I'm at -1
Yeah.
after the ongoing damage, but the encounter is over.
Which means that you can now spend healing surges and regain health and do that sort of stuff.
Okay.
And when you spin surges, you go to 1 and then spin surges.
You go to 0 and then spend surges, yeah.
Oh,
0.
okay.
That's
Cool.
my search.
So,
Cool.
Claire, for this, Drock would be able to spend surges to recover.
Hooray!
So, ideally, it says what his surge value is. I think it's 33. If you shift click on Drock, it'll open up his attributes and abilities. On the left, it tells you what his surge value is. I think it's, yeah, so surge value is 33. So your little blue bar that's there, you can, every time you subtract 1 from the blue bar, you get to add 33 hit points back.
Okay.
So you could just -2, you're at full health.
Cool.
So you guys, the mirrors get shattered, the combat finishes up. You can see that the ship itself is still turning on, it's still activating. When you guys open the door initially, you could feel the engines of the ship powering up. And you can see the giant display that doesn't look like it's damaged at all. It's at the northern end of the room that has all of these black screens and this purplish, purple black Forerunner text running across it. It's showing you tons and tons of text, like it's doing stuff that you would sort of recognize as the sort of the startup process. Because we just did a big long spout of combat, I do want to take a quick break. So we'll break until the top of the hour. So break until 00.
All right.
7 minutes.
BRB.
I'll be right back.
Oh, so I have a question. Not that it like really matters, but you know how I have healing spirit through sharp
Mhm.
prey?
Mhm.
Like since I didn't use it in that combat and it's an encounter power, is that like does it make sense to use it instead of necessarily like everybody using like an extra healing surge potentially? Like
So the answer is technically yes, but it's kind of a pain to micromanage.
mhm.
So in practice, no.
Okay. That's kind of what I thought.
So technically, the rule isn't that ongoing effects end at the end of the encounter either. The sort of like just have it ping you once and then be done with it is one of the rules from one of the adventures that was really late in the edition. And a lot of people kind of pointed that as like that's that whole thing of like, all right, if you have something that's going to last to the end of the round, like you've got regeneration or you've got something that's going to be a continuous effect. To make everyone's life easy, you just do it once and then you keep moving. So you don't do a lot of like the out of combat healing stuff because it
Mhm.
doesn't actually benefit you that much, and it's just a lot of extra bookkeeping.
Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. I didn't even take her out this time. So I dropped the ball.
I'm not
Um,
sure that it would have mattered too much in
Yeah.
terms of like the opportunity attacks because they were just teleporting everywhere.
Yeah. Totally.
Michael, you back?
Yeah.
Cool. All right. So you're in here. You can feel the ship warming up. You see the big screen starting to scroll up, and you see the Forerunner text filling the empty screens. What are you guys doing?
Well, we want to unlock the containment, right?
Yes, or get identification and a passcode,
Yeah, so I think maybe
or
like look around for that.
turn the ship off.
Yeah, like
It-
does it seem like it's going somewhere? Like
It just seems
spinning
like it's
its
kind of
toe?
starting up. And you can tell that in these two places, it's a little hard to see here, but these two little pads here are like standing consoles.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone here read Forerunner?
Where's Alana when you need her? Can Plucky interface with this interface?
I don't know. Griffel, do you want to go up and try it?
Reach out with I'm gonna reach out with my mind and see if there's something I can attach to.
So you head up to the terminal. The helm reaches out, and as soon as it does, through you, the interface on the ship sort of reaches out and tries to interface with this, and then you immediately get slapped with kind of a wall of defenses. That there are sort of defenses against things here, and then as that sort of the thing in your head of like feeling like you're going and stepping up against a wall, you can feel that sensation like you've got a co-pilot, right, where the helm is sitting down next to you, that the helm comes in closer like it's paying attention, and then the wall just parts in front of you. The language on the screens stops being in Forerunner and starts to slowly slide through a bunch of different languages, mostly primordial. You can tell that the helm and the ship is interfacing with this ship.
Nice. Okay, so
So,
Lauren.
does the text on the ship change to primordial, or just what Griffle is saying?
The text on the ship changes to include some primordial characters, but you can sort of tell that it's not making a ton of sense. Sort of think of like if you've ever watched something in like command prompt, like if you watch something boot in DOS, it's not really easy to read what's happening because things are flying by on the screen, and a lot of it's like very technical jargon. And in here, it's in like 7 or 8 different languages, just sort of mixed together. So like while the ship is starting up, it's basically not readable.
Mm-hmm.
But you get the impression that the helm seems to be interfacing with it.
We're here for the glyph.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking for like a cargo manifest or something to that effect.
Can you turn the ship off? Oh.
Wielder, the manifest is here. And if the Skylord wishes the ship to be deactivated, I believe I can make it done.
The Skylord does wish for it to be deactivated.
So you can
Pats-
sense that like, it
pats
can.
the
You
helm on
probably
the
don't
helm.
want to call him that. He gets his head gets a bit too big to fit through doors.
You get this sort of kind of like nod inside of your head, and for the people outside can see the crystal helm ripple slightly in response to that.
The manifest has a bunch of entries. I can send them through to our ship. There is quite a bit of materials kept on board. This ship is called the Interlace. It is a prisoner transport ship. There does not appear to be anyone in holding.
Okay.
Can it deactivate the door to the?
Yes, I will ask that to the holding.
The system seems to require an access from an outside source. I am having a little bit of a difficulty translating what it is trying to say to me, but I believe someone from one of the other ends of the transportation facilities should be the ones that have access to the central containment. The central containment currently has supplies that I can show you on the manifest, but nothing of a special note, at least from the perspective of the ship.
So it
Okay.
sends you back this thing. It's got a bunch of crystals. It's got a resident. It's got like magic stuff in it. It has what you would expect to have like a well-stocked supply of raw materials to do things. And that's basically what it's saying is in containment, is there's a whole bunch of raw materials for crafting, and not necessarily crafting like items and stuff, but for use if you can have spells and psionics to turn it into other stuff. The ship just has a ton of raw materials stored up in the hold, and the hold is currently locked, but the ship itself is supposed to be a prisoner transport.
Yes. Let us prevent the ship from booting up to start with.
Okay. You do so. The ship the helm kind of sends you back a thing. You feel the sensation of it powering down.
I will need to maintain the systems to a lesser degree if you wish to continue to get information from the Interlace.
So basically, it'll turn it down, but it'll keep it running so that if you want to figure out stuff or you want to use the ship or anything, it'll still function.
It said that it wants contact from people at the other end
Mhm.
of. Does that mean it's like on a tram? Like it just goes between two locations?
There's no like physical tram, but you get the impression that it expects that it's a transport thing. It goes between
There's a
two
destination.
more locations. Yeah, it has a destination.
Okay.
You're
Can
not
we
sure if it's at the
see-
start point or if it's at the destination from the perspective of the ship, though.
Can we see the other endpoint on a map?
I'll ask.
The other endpoint has a location. However, the location is blank. It says specifically, the location is specifically blank. I
Oh,
can see that as a unfilled orb on our ship.
Oh.
Oh! 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 Oh my god, we have to go. We have to go there.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god, we finally get to understand. We
I'm
finally
sorry,
get to know what
Claire.
it is. Holy fuck.
Wait,
no,
I
keep
am
reacting,
confused.
keep
I'm
reacting.
confused. What did
There
she
is
say?
one
Okay.
spot on our map that is specifically blank, and it's connected to the infinite barrier.
Infinite
Oh
Ring.
wait. Oh, okay.
Or-
Never mind. This is the not labeled map. I was like, everything's blank.
No, here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Infinite barrier. Yep.
This is the location. Now, weren't we also told that like the infinite rings are like a prison?
Yes. We were told that.
And it's a mystery that what's at the center of the infinite rings, right? And infinite barrier is part of the infinite rings?
The location for the infinite barrier on the map is basically the edge of the rings. It's the sort of staging ground that the Minotaur used to communicate with other people.
Oh fuck. We have to go. We have to find out what it is.
Mhm.
So while you're
Come
doing
on,
this
guys.
and talking, you can feel the helm is sort of flipping through the systems of the ship. Like it's searching and cataloging for stuff while you guys are having your discussion to the side.
I mean, I'm terrified.
Yeah.
So
Is there a return trip? And also, we have like a task where we are now that if we fail, is bad.
How much time has elapsed since we arrived here?
Like 16
As
hours?
in this system. Yeah. Cool.
Like 16 hours.
Okay, so we know we have at least 24 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
but we
don't think
might
that
not have much more.
popping. Yeah, I don't think popping into the rings is a real quick errand. It can't
especially
be.
if the time moves differently there.
It's on the
Yeah.
prime.
Is it? Do we know that?
Kind of, but not really.
Well,
It's a pocket
Infinite-
dimension.
infinite barrier is on the prime.
You know that the rings can be entered on the prime, but the rings are a bunch of different planes woven together.
Okay. So we could gain time, actually.
Well, how long does it, Plucky, how long does it take to reach the location, the endpoint in the ship?
So you can sense the thing trying to figure it out.
The ship does not have a destination entity to lock onto. I believe without that destination entity, the travel would take many years.
So instead of teleporting, it would physically travel the distance.
Correct. The ship, if it has an applicable prisoner entity to go and enslave, it could change things in order to translocate there directly. I'm having a bit of difficulty understanding their systems to know what qualifies. There are some pieces here that are shard mined. There are other pieces that are Nira, and the translations are difficult to shard bind and somewhat more difficult to translate from our language to yours.
Maybe if we explore the rest of the ship, we'll get answers.
Yeah. So the helmet was like a shard of the shard mines, right?
It was a shard mine, yeah.
Yes. Yeah. So this is a Forerunner ship. Yes.
Correct.
Did the Forerunners predate the shard mines?
No.
I'm a little bit confused about like. Okay.
Is there a log in the ship?
There is an active ship's log, yes.
Oh, can we read it?
It cannot be read. It must be felt and experienced. It is in the shard mind language. I don't really have a great way to temporally translate it to you. In order to do this, you would have to be like me. But one possible way of explaining is the log catalogs the destination entities, the capturing of destination entities, and the transport back to here. There was apparently some misunderstanding, and the destinations were mixed. But the ship was able to go through many different cycles, finding an applicable target, transporting to it, capturing the target, and returning it to this location. The language and phrasing used is difficult to completely explain, but the concept is an individual, but that individual is reflected many, many times over. And in the reflection, the individual is changed. There is no direct way to translate it, but the entities that this was designed to capture and transport could be described as the one who are many. There are other versions of this, different aphorisms that I'm coming across as other entities have interacted with the Nira, and some of their phrasings in the logs include things like those that are folded, the thousandfold, the mirrored ones, the blood that is all. There are many different iterations, and according to the ship's manifest, all but one were located. That one was not able to be located, and thus the ship itself was never decommissioned.
Was it you? Is it shard mines? Was it you? Were you the one not located?
We are a reflection of a single whole. We were once one, a single entity. This is something different. These individuals, the ones that are folded, seem to be of different races, different species. I believe many of these species would be compatible symbiotes, hosts that Shardbinds could work through. That may be why they're targeted. But I do not understand the significance of an individual within them, or why one individual of a race would be referred to as the folded, or the blood that is all. There are so many different versions of translations in the machine that I'm having a difficulty finding something that makes sense as a comprehensible summary. Instead of having one ship's log, instead every shard mine that interacted with the ship kept its own separate log, and they're all stored together. Several thousand shard mines.
Wait, so shard mines flew the ship at one stage?
The ship itself is designed to be run and operated by the Nira.
The DM made a mistake there, so it would have been Nira,
Okay.
not shard mines. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah. But it takes it takes some of its power to get places from its prisoner. It said it could use the prisoner to jump to a location.
Yes. So it uses it somehow, but it doesn't understand what the quality of the individual that it can target is.
Potential Clothos. I don't think so. The one that is many. I turn to one of many.
I
Shall
shrug
we
pleasantly.
put you in the containment and use you?
Sure, why not?
I feel like it would hurt you.
What shifting people?
Well, when we did the last sight vision, we saw the like Eladrin that ran through all different kinds of Eladrin around the pool.
Oh, right. Okay.
Could it be like could it have to do with battle mines and the crusade?
As you're watching, people that aren't Griffle can see the screens changing and like constantly switching through languages. And you can see the languages are changing as they're moving. Like even something that, a big long chunk of primordial that's mostly incomprehensible slowly starts to change and mutate into a more modern form. You can tell that something that it's doing, it's compiling a bunch of different languages and translating a bunch of different things.
Is there a sense of when the last time it got a prisoner was?
The last prisoner was placed into containment 9,654 years ago.
So they just said that the ones who are folded, the ships are like tasked with finding different aspects of this one. And don't we know that Dalseth? Well, we know Dalseth was on a ship like this. And remember, Margot was tasked with gathering all of the parts of Dalseth's soul. Like, remember, we gave her a few pieces of his soul to put into her knife.
Claire, I don't know if you saw that, but if you, as the outsider, asking questions and having them explain stuff to you might be helpful when they have this resource and don't know exactly what to ask. So don't feel like you have to be quiet if you want to jump in at any point.
All right, cool.
Yeah, feel free to remind us of things by asking questions. That would actually be quite
see.
helpful.
Well, currently my mind has been like trying to be like, okay, is this some of the stuff I remember from the anthology? Because I'm hearing some similar vibe words, but then I don't remember enough of the details for sure, so I'm just like slowly trying to stitch things together.
Same.
Mm-hmm.
So we know that this is a sorry. So we know that this is a beacon making facility. So I kind of assumed that it was going out and hunting down things to bring back and turn into beacons.
Yeah.
Oh, it's hunting she.
Yeah. So it's hunting she and one got away. Or I should say it never found one of them. Did it fail to find grandmother?
Or
Because
Clotho?
she has to be invited? Well, no, because
They
I
had
think
Clotho.
we think Clotho was captured and might have been in some kind of beacon.
We
Records
found
indicate that there are Shi located within the prisoner transport logs. However, the vast majority of individuals are not Shi. I am noting a distinct difference, however. Many of the locations, or many of the individuals mentioned are Shi, but the ones that are not Shi are the vast majority. However, there are no racial repetitions.
Wait, how in total how many prisoners were taken by this ship?
The ship tracks 64,000 prisoners that were taken in some variety of fashion. However, of those, there is a small subset that the ship's engines and containment are designed specifically to do things with. That specific subset contains only 44 individuals.
And they're all different races.
Correct. 44 individuals, each one of a different race.
I wonder if those are the ones we saw impaled on the tower things. Were all of those 44 individuals, there's a time scale, like when those happened?
The imprisoning of the 44 individuals all took place within a timescale of approximately 80 years.
What races are not represented in that list? Slash is a crap. Is human and I don't know what Salumane's race is.
Halfling?
she was a halfling, wasn't
Is she a
she? Yeah.
halfling? Okay, so is
Yeah.
human and halfling in the list of races not represented in the 44?
The 44 contain human and contain halfling. There are some variations of things that I am not sure if it is relevant. For example, contained within the memories, one of the 44 is an Elan. That race no longer exists. It is what modern peoples would call Eladrin and Elvish. There are other subraces as well. However, the Elen predate them. One of the Elen is included. One of the halfling is included. One of the human is included.
Is it possible, Gary, to do a ritual on the Nira corpses? Are they corpses?
They are constructs. So it depends on the ritual. Usually, if it requires a corpse, no.
I'm thinking history revealed. It's
So,
willing
like
or
they
no.
basically when as contracts when they are no longer active, they function like objects. So I think history revealed is the corpse one, and then like object reading is the one that would work on them because they're inanimate now.
Okay.
So anything that works on an object works on the Nira. Anything that works on a creature, like a corpse, does not.
Okay.
So it has another location, which is that blank space. And what does that blank space represent to the ship? Is that the location of the one that got away?
The location mentioned on the map is the rally point, the collection point for specific individuals. The collection of each of the 44 happened at that location. There would have been a collection of the 45th at that location, but it was unable to be completed.
Okay, so they're not necessarily getting captured there. They're being taken there and transported by the ship from there. Okay.
It feels like they were taken out of prison and brought here.
Mhm.
Does the log say what race the 45th would be?
the denotation in the log. I understand. The log is using a ancient form of the type, but actually, I believe I've encountered one of these individuals recently. The identity of the 45th is a creature that predates what the current version is, but you would now call him Formian.
Buddy.
We can put him in the ship then.
I
No.
feel like the ship's gonna hurt him.
I saved him not so that he could be sacrificially offered to an evil prison ship.
So it was gonna grab a Formian at blank and bring it back here.
That makes sense. A Formian is the ones who are folded, the blood that is all. Their hive mind.
According to the logs, there was an attempt made, and there was an individual that the ship and its pilots believed would be a suitable candidate to be imprisoned. But this is going to come into some translation issues. The ones that are referred to by the others as the blood that is all, the ones that are reflected again and again, each reflection different, the thousand-folded. It says in the log that the Formian individual was false. It made the appearance of being folded thousands of times, but instead it had been broken, shattered. It was itself a thousandfold, but there were many other thousands that were also folded, duplicates of the information that was meant to be contained within the prison.
So maybe it was the queen that was corrupted?
For the sake of clarity, when we are speaking of a specific thing, what name would you like for me to give the individuals marked by the ship as ones they wish to capture and suitable prisoners? Having a single name would be shorter.
Daryl. Wait, so he wants two separate. The computer wants. The helm.
So the
wants
helm is
two
basically saying, I'm really having a hard time translating this, and I'm trying to do my best to sort of translate all of the versions whenever I find one of these references, but it just takes a long time, and it's kind of confusing. And so it's saying, what do you want me to call this while we continue talking about it, while we look through these records? What should I call this category of individuals that the ship is talking about? Because calling it 7 different things is time-consuming and annoying.
The Formian.
The Formian it means, or the 44?
The 44.
45?
The folded.
The folded.
Sure.
If you want to use the folded.
Wait, so the 44 are the folded.
Yes, and it was attempting to have. It thought it had found they thought they'd found a 45th, and they went to go do this, and apparently the ship or maybe the pilots or someone somewhere along the line had been tricked, and the 45th was not like the rest.
Do we?
Ooh, was it burnt?
Does it have an attached location for where the 45th was found?
That could be in the destination where the transport would pick up the individual. The records do not include where those individuals were taken from originally, only that they were taken to that location, gathered by the transport ship, and then sent here and stored in containment away from the mentality of the rest of the universe. According to the containment protocols, each of the 45 have some sort of ability to connect with others. This is seen as a negative ability, something that prevents the spread of the Nira. It is a contaminant of the mind. It is referring to things in what would equivalent be shard mind slurs, saying that these are similar to the poisons of a hive mind.
Psionics.
Not just psionic abilities. As far as I can understand from the records and from the dispersions, and I don't want to read much of the personal logs of the Nira, but from what I can understand of their information, it seems as if these individuals were too close to being like shard minds. I do not know if that means that they were willing or able or potentially very compatible symbiotes with the shard minds, or if there was some aspect of the 45 that was different from the rest of their species, an individual that expressed a specific attribute that made the Nira believe they were too much like shard mind to be allowed to continue to exist.
So as you're talking, you can tell that the ship is starting to or the helm is starting to say a lot of these things psionically, but it's starting to pull up things on the screen and it's starting to put things in different languages as you're talking. And as it starts talking about the 45, you can see in some places it's saying the 45, and in other places it's saying what Griffel had said. It said things like saying the folded and starting to refer to them in that terms, where it's sort of slowly kind of distilling the terms down to what you guys are using and trying to kind of talk it back to you.
Okay.
However,
Let's go with
as you're
the
doing
folded
that,
for now.
one a mini, would you make me a history check?
Mhm.
Or actually, anyone who wants to, because everyone can see the screen. History or streetwise?
I think I have streetwise. Not streetwise.
Where are we? Where is Token?
Sorry. Pull you back on the map.
Okay.
Nice.
Thanks.
So one of many. One of the ways that it's using folded, and as it's talking, you can see it switches to supernal for a little while. And one of the things about supernal is that it doesn't age like other languages, right? It changes very, very slowly. And you can see as it's going through things, something about the phrasing that it uses is kind of piques you for a moment. Like, that's weird. That's different phrasing. It looks very formulaic, like kind of like what you would expect a ritual to look like, rather than like prose. And then as you see it pop up, you see it switch several times, like the helm is recognizing you're paying attention to it, and switches through several languages. Eventually it gets to the thousandfold as a translation into common. But in one of those translations in the middle, it uses a really old form of common. And it says the thousandfold are called the mirror.
Oh, we've heard that before, haven't we?
Oh, we have.
Where have we heard that before?
It's not on our master doc anywhere.
Didn't we hear? I mean, they called them the Nira the mirrors, right? Or something. I don't know that we got a spelling though. I think we only heard it.
This is one that someone has said something to you about this in conversation, and they assumed that you knew what the mirror were.
Was it Rimke?
specifically because he referred to himself as a Myrmidon.
Oh,
Was that Bedbeer? Is he a Myrmidon? I don't remember. Sorry. I don't know that I even wrote it down.
it was the Formian, wasn't it? It was a Formian Myrmidon.
Mm.
Yeah.
So the ship gives
Yeah.
you this full readout. It says this is what the things were. There were 44. There are 44 in containment. There are 45 total.
Wait, of these things.
44 of the folded. 44
Of the mirror.
Of the mirror, yeah. But the one that it didn't get was a Formian.
And they're all different races.
They're all different races.
Okay. So it'd be like halfling Myrmidon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, or it doesn't say
Human
Myrmidon, it says mirror. So the halfling mirror, the human mirror.
Okay. So it is that guy.
Oh, wait. I do have this written down. Yes,
Is there a Formian otherwise in the 44?
No.
they're all
No.
different races.
And the one that's missing is Formian.
Yeah.
And we know that he called himself
We
a
have
mirror.
him.
So this
He
He's
did.
our buddy.
it's the guy
Yes.
on our ship.
He mentions the
Okay, so
mirror,
that
the way of living, when
So-
we asked him.
basically what's happening here is like one of many was walking along the sidewalk one day and spotted a bug and was like, oh, I probably shouldn't. I should befriend this bug instead of squashing it. And this bug turns out to be like cosmically important.
We went into his mind and fixed his dreams.
And
they
I don't know if you
previously
have the
thought
notes from
they-
this, but he talked about the mirror. He asked you if you knew your mirror.
Yeah, I did. I found those notes. Yes. So he mentions the mirror, and then I think we asked him, what does that mean? And he said it's the way of living, or his way of living. I didn't take good notes on it, though.
So he says
We'll go
that
back and watch the session after this.
Yeah.
and I'll let you guys. I mean, if you want to go back and watch stuff, by all means. But basically, at some point, he says that the way that he lives, where this like repetition of life, right, of making these choices again and again and again, it's the Myrmidon way, and he tries to explain it to you through your mirror. Like, you guys have a mirror, right? There's one of the different mirror, and there is this sort of assumption that like he can connect with you because you know who the mirror are, but you didn't know who they are. Apparently,
Right.
that's these guys.
Oh, so hang on. So he was saying like, oh, because you can be like you can communicate with me through my mind, you must know who the mirror are.
Right. And you walk through his path, remember? Because when you went into, you dream concordance into his brain, you ran through the paths of his mind a bunch of times in order to figure out where the differences were.
So there's something about the mirror where they can like. Are they
Like
just really
live.
good at probability or something? Like.
I'm not sure. You didn't really get that much information because basically at the point where he was just like, oh, well, you don't know what I mean. Oh, well, that sucks. But this is still important. We need to do something about my queen later. So it was sort of a side conversation, but
Yeah, we need to go back and ask him more questions about this during the none whatsoever downtime that we get ever.
you do get downtime. You've gotten a bunch of days of downtime and going between the times.
We had a talent
Yeah, but you
show.
gave it to us at a time when we didn't. Yeah, we did.
In a township. Yeah.
And so it thought that it had this guy, but it ended up not being this guy.
Or it lost it?
According to the ship's manifest, there was an individual believed to be the Formian Mir. However, the ship's, or the Nira's, sensors were somehow tricked. And rather than being a complete Mir, it was just a replica, a fake, or maybe only a portion of one. The records are unclear, and the translations are difficult.
Because like there was a vampire that had control of this guy.
Mm-hmm.
Who
And
was it?
the vampire?
It was a Churi.
Yeah. The bad one.
Yeah.
And
The one that-
it wasn't the lady that we like talked to in Haven that we made that deal with, whatever her name was.
Margot.
Marco.
Yeah, it wasn't Margot, it was someone else.
Alanan.
Alanan, yeah. Alanan Turi is the guy that was the handler for the Formian in Tantarus.
He's part of the Night King's court.
He
is.
is.
He's the noble of the court.
And so the last time that this ship was scheduled to go pick him up was over 9,000 years ago?
Correct.
All right, so this guy's old.
Well, we knew. Oh man, because the night, like, didn't we see? We saw the vision of the Night King corrupting them, corrupting the queen.
Yeah. And then like filling in the Formian's memories
Mm-hmm.
to be like, no, this is fine. Your queen's not corrupt at all.
Yeah. I don't know if we know when that happened though. Was that like 10,000 years ago?
Don't know. It's kind of hard to tell. In general, when you were in the Myrmidon's mind, it was kind of difficult to figure out when anything happened, other than some things seemed to happen a really long time ago.
Yeah.
So, I'm sorry if this is kind of like detracting from what we're trying to do here, but I'm a little bit confused about the Nera specifically. Can you remind me? So the Helm said the Nera were used to destroy the shard mines, right? But the Nera are piloting a Forerunner ship.
Correct.
Okay, so the Nera were a creation of the Forerunners.
Is that a?
That's a question.
I
Probably
think that
we
is.
don't know the answer to that.
I think that is the case.
It seems likely.
And the Forerunners. So the Nera were responsible, whether it's connected to the Forerunners or not, the Nera were responsible for the downfall of the shard mines. But the shard mine downfall was like we know it was orchestrated by the adversary because the Helm has told me like the adversary like feared three things and so acted like preemptive strike to those three things, which were like the courts, the crusade, and the shard mines, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, the gods, the crusade, and the shard mines.
The gods were not one of the list.
The courts
You're
were
right the first time. The Fey courts, the crusade, and the shard mine.
and the shard mines. Cool, right. Yeah, and so like we know the adversary was responsible for the shard mines at least because the Helm explicitly told me that. So
I feel like the
Forerunners equals adversary? I don't know. Adversary corrupting Forerunners.
Yeah, so the Githyanki were the first race to be corrupted by the adversary, is that right?
First of the like living races, yeah.
What do you mean by living races?
The ones that are still around, yes.
The first of the ones that are still around. Okay.
The Eladrin the first. Is that why they're not still around?
Well, could whatever the Forerunners have been the first?
The voiceless talkers, probably. Oh, but they're still
Mm.
around.
I'm just trying to understand, like, why. I'm trying to understand the connection between, like, this ship is clearly a Forerunner ship. It's being run by Nera. Why is it, like, specifically targeting these prisoners? Like, what is the purpose of, like, destroying these prisoners? Why are they in particular, like, a threat or yeah?
So
Is that a question the DM wants to know? Is that a I'm brainstorming with my group question, or well, let me say it this way. I'm going to assume that all of this is brainstorming with the group questions. If you want it to be a specific question you're asking of the helm, let me know that you're saying, "Hey, I'm asking the helm this
I
question."
would like to. Yeah, so it is both. It's a brainstorm with the group, but then I also would like to kind of ask. I need to give the helm a name. I can't keep calling it the helm.
So it said that it was specifically grabbing these 45 because they were most similar to a Shardmind symbiote.
Yeah.
I feel like that sounds very Battle Mind to me, or like maybe part of the Crusade, like
It does sound battle mindy to me.
because the Crusade has like a gem in their head.
Did the Formian have a gem in its head?
He did not.
No.
So do you want me to give the answer from the helm for that question being posed? Griffle?
Sorry, could you say that again?
So you're saying, hey, I'm asking this as a brainstorming question. Once we're done brainstorming, I am going to ask specifically the helm.
Yeah, I am going to ask specifically the helm. What is it about this? What is it about this group that made them a threat to the Nera?
Each of the individuals represent knowledge, civilization, the continuity of a species. I don't have a way to properly explain it to you, but for my people, we would say that each of them is a nexus of information, a piece, a necessary piece of a hive mind, the connective tissue that connects the sentience and will of a species.
Well, isn't that what Aegis is?
Or Io?
Yeah.
A will that connects a species. Yeah.
So
But they're-
why is he not on this list? Or was he on the list? Is there a dragon on the list? Or a dragonborn?
Within containment, there is one full dragon.
Is it female?
What is its name?
The name of the dragon on the list is Archaeothrovaxis.
Damn, that's one of those names that just sounds familiar, even if I've never heard it before.
Calvaxis.
Artherio.
You put it in chat.
Helm, can you print that out on a little sheet of paper?
Sorry, I was muted for a second.
Can you fax that to the Superstitions end?
I mean, it's something that you'd be able to see, right? Because it does have a physical display, be able to show you. So I just had to pull it up from my spreadsheet.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
Just like it sounds.
Archaeothrovaxis.
Archaeothrovaxis. Okay.
Got a suspiciously low number of apostrophes.
I don't think that dragon we met in Silverspire had apostrophes in its name.
Probably not.
Did
Not a lot of them do.
Okay.
I mean, Aegis's true name doesn't either.
What's his true name?
You guys already have that. I'm telling you shit.
We do already have that.
I don't.
I'll find it for you.
His name is Mikila Vendarasis.
Okay.
That might even be in the Google Doc.
Yeah. Mikila Vendarasis.
I don't think it is, but it should be.
I'll put
I
it
was-
right now.
Just waiting for
Yeah,
Gary to say
thank
his
you.
full name is Lord Aegis.
Lord Aegis of the Plane of the Iron Tower.
Yeah.
Actually, it's Lord Verdiding. God, you guys are so racist.
Actually, it's Emin Jinji Jinsha. Which is his name too.
Whenever he goes out, people always shout.
So there is a dragon in containment.
It's an elemental.
Not on the ship.
That's not what I was referring to, but hilarious.
Sorry, Gary.
And
The dragon listed in containment is listed as the first of the 45.
Oh,
Ooh.
that's significant.
Io does seem like a really short name.
So hang on. So it says they're in containment. What does containment? They're not on the ship, right? They're not. What does containment mean? Helm, what does containment mean?
Containment is the final destination of the prison transport ship. It is currently docked at final destination.
It's at
So
a beacon
this
upstairs.
is containment.
Oh wait, how many? God damn it! I'm gonna keep saying how many until I can figure out how to finish the sentence. How many prisoners were transported here on this ship?
44 prisoners were transported on the ship from the location of the blank spot on the map to this location and then transferred into a containment facility located here.
Yeah, but you
Okay,
said
so they're
that's
beacons.
well, no, that's the unique ones, the mirror. But then there were a bunch of other ones that it transported here too,
Mhm.
right? What was the total number of that?
Most of those individuals were transported here. However, records indicate that several of them were slain in transport.
I am trying
By
to
the
determine.
By the NERA and by other forces.
What other?
I'm trying to figure out
sorry,
if the number of prisoners that were successfully transported here to be put in containment is equivalent to the number of beacons in the facility, or what
So-
that discrepancy is.
I'm going to stop talking like the computer for a second and say, one, you know that the number is quite a bit bigger. So there's 31,000 beacons and there's like 65,000 prisoners that were transported. So the number is quite a bit larger. And then the other reasons, it's not trying to be obtuse. The Helm will list to you all the different things that killed the prisoners, but it's not like one thing killed the prisoners. It's like there's a ton of different ways that they died. Most of them seem to have been killed and eaten.
Mm.
Killed and eaten.
Why?
The Nira eat?
It says in there by the masters. And then you can see through different translations, some of the translations call the masters the voiceless ones.
Oh, I wonder if by eaten they mean like brought into the hive mind.
Or just literally their brains are eaten.
It doesn't actually say eaten. You can tell that the Shardmind is trying to translate it, and he's not entirely certain if that's what it means. The Nera don't eat, and this is their logs. So they say like absorbed into.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Hive minded.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
This is
filibuster
the
wants to be.
voiceless. Like, yeah.
I wonder.
Because I'm not already.
Is there any sort of like record or security footage of the fighting that happened on this ship, like when the two voiceless talkers were killed. Like, I wonder if Merc broke a Formian out or something.
Records do indicate some different combatants at different times throughout the locations. Going to the ends of the logs, there aren't any that specifically reference the event. No, there is. The individual that you refer to as Merc is simply included within the logs as the Slayer. The Slayer and its allies attempted to breach the facility, but was eventually turned back. There are pieces of the logs that seem to have been burned away, I believe, as an after effect of powerful psionics that were used to deter, trap, or destroy the Slayer.
I will say that
Slayer
as
is
it's,
Merc, right?
as it's going through things, yeah, the helm is basically saying the Slayer is Merc. Griffle, you can tell that it's sort of like the helm is like rereading logs. Like it's up until now, it's been sort of spreading itself out, trying to dig into all the systems and dig into all the information and compile information. You can tell it stops doing that for a minute, and it kind of like it's rereading something, and you get this weird sense of like humming contentment from the helm, kind of like what it did when you set it on the pedestal in the temple.
Okay. I'm going to play off of what I know about the helm, and I would like to apologize to it first. So I'm sorry to do this, but your purpose in the wall of the city was to find flaws in plans and designs. What is the flaw in this design?
The design of this system only properly functions if all of the system functions. There are individual fail-safes in place, but those fail-safes only assume a complete victory. Without a complete victory, the containment facility cannot be completely sealed away. I believe, according to these logs, if all 45 of the mirror had been collected, this entire place would have been shunted from our reality, sent to the far realm, or sent to a pocket dimension that would not be able to be accessed from the rest of the universe. This facility isn't a true prison. It's a holding cell. This is an intermediary between the final action of the Nira, and they weren't able to complete it. Something stopped them, and they feared the things that stopped them.
You get this sense of like wonder, awe, and just like joy from the helm. The idea that the Nira feared something seems to make the helm quite happy.
What would Nira
I assume if
fear?
it knew what they feared, it would have said something.
The Nira feared the Slayer, but so too did they fear some of the ones that were masters. They say there are former masters, but others use different terms, fallen or ascended, depending on the individual. They're creatures of the voiceless talkers species, I believe, but individuals that did not support the rest.
Oh.
So there was not mutiny, but betrayal from within?
The ones that deferred from the others, that broke off, that resisted. The Nira did not understand them, and that lack of understanding confused them, made them afraid. I believe knowledge of these systems was assumed to be automatically secretive, that no creature could truly understand the workings and machinations of the minds of the adversary and its allies until one of its allies betrayed it. There are indications here, many different names, but none that match up with anything that I've experienced while you've been wearing me.
Is it the redeemed?
Could it be the
right?
redeemed? Yeah.
Yeah.
The redeemed is not mentioned by name. However, the explanations given to the ones that they feared do seem to match up with the descriptions and understandings of that individual.
Right. So it's not guaranteed, but it's probable.
And they didn't say the only one. They said the ones like that. So maybe there are more.
Yeah, maybe he was one of well, many. Maybe he was one among several, and he happened to take the path of the Redeemer or the Redeemed. Sorry. But there might have been others that did other things. Like, I wonder if Eureka is one such that like diverted from and just kind of ended up a bit fucked up.
Do we know? I mean, Eureka was trying to get us into a hive mind, so that seems like he was adversary.
Yeah. No, but like
But-
the Nera are against the idea of a hive mind.
Are they? I mean, they work for the adversary, which is a hive mind.
I thought the helm clarified it wasn't necessarily a hive mind. It was specifically individuals that had some kind of
The
shard
mirror.
mind like
Yeah, the help
ability or
basically says it doesn't
capability.
understand the designation they're giving them, but the 45 have some quality that is shard mind like that the Nera hated. But the Nera do seem to be, generally speaking, against hive minds.
But they're not.
I generally think
Okay.
Eureka is like one of the voiceless that broke away. For better or worse.
Was
Right.
Yeah.
Still had
I don't
his
think
own
Eureka's dead.
evil plans, but
because Eureka wanted to find mother
mhm.
and just remake the world.
Yeah, that doesn't seem like an adversary thing. Right, the adversary just wants to end everything.
Yeah. Also, I hate that guy.
Eureka?
Yeah.
It also passed the adversary test that we quote unquote know about, of giving us its name 3 times.
3 times, yeah.
Mhm.
Was it aberrant?
Yes.
It was aberrant. Are all aberrant creatures from the far realm?
All aberrant creatures have at least some far realm energy that has touched them at some point. So not necessarily directly from, but have a connection with.
Well, and is everyone from the far realm an adversary?
Don't know. You've
Not
gotten
the
conflicting
redeemed.
Right.
Because initially, when you guys first started this, one of the kind of basic ideas is that the adversary is such a problem because they are a united force. They all believe the same thing. They're all on the same page. But that does not seem to be actually true.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm. Okay. I think we should explore this. Sorry. What now? Stupid Discord.
Wielder, while I am willing to delve through whatever information you require from the ship, and I do believe this is interesting, it is worth noting that this ship has interior sensors and capabilities And the members of this group are not the only living individuals currently on the ship.
I need to BRB. Sorry.
Same.
Can you
What
repeat
other
what the helm just said?
what other living creatures are on the ship?
It says that there are other living creatures that are not part of this group that are aboard the ship.
Is the door one of them?
No.
I'm back. Sorry.
All good.
No worries.
There are other living creatures on the ship, Griffle.
Oh shit. Where?
Look,
There's a Formian guard standing right next to you.
located within the second compartment, within the auxiliary control room, there are 3 individuals noted as dissolvers.
Dissolvers. Are they ooze?
Have we been in that room yet?
No. I think it's like
Sorry. It'll basically tell you that it's down this way. It's in
Yeah,
the section you guys didn't go to.
Okay.
okay, let's
And
go.
the chip is basically like, here's where this is what's here. And it says that there are 3 individuals there called dissolvers. Chip just noted that they aren't moving or doing anything, but when it kind of had a moment of pause, it let you know that they're there.
Can it try some other ways to describe what a dissolver is?
So what it will do
Power levels?
is it'll pull up one of the screens will go blank, and then it will show you what one of them looks like.
Security cameras? Do we have security cameras?
No security cameras, but it can
Oh.
show you what it is.
We know those
Voracia.
guys.
We
Those
do?
are the crabs. The acid crabs.
Oh my god. When did we fight those?
Before you
You
joined
didn't.
the campaign.
Yeah. You specifically did not.
Crab people. Crab people.
We encountered a different kind of crab creature in the underwater temple.
The cruel, or the chul. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay.
Cool.
Crod and the chul. Yeah, both. But no, it shows you a picture of the thing that was destroying the bridge, the thing that you fought in
Mhm.
Celestia.
And that's on the
Well-
ship.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
says there's 3 of them that are in a different part of the ship.
Well, that's not good.
Well, we killed them pretty easily when we were like level 4, so
We killed them pretty easily when Slactherial did it for us.
There we go. I was gonna say, because I think the encounter with the Voracia killed at least 2 of you. I think it killed 3 of you.
Yeah, but what level were you guys? You guys were like level 2?
yeah.
Yeah, we're level 15.
But the helm says that they're not moving around or anything. Maybe they're dead. Can
No,
it tell life
says-
signs?
It says that they are alive and that they are in the other compartment.
Okay. See, aren't you guys glad that we went right?
I mean, what level were those creatures when you fought them the first time?
I don't think we ever knew that.
When you
No.
witnessed them die?
I think one killed Drock
One definitely killed me.
and one killed you.
Because when I type that into the compendium, it looks very bad for us.
I don't know why
No,
you're
and
not hearing us say we did not kill it.
Yeah, but how powerful can Slactherial be?
Like level 10.
Does the computer have like a readout on things like their reflexes?
It does not.
Well,
Are there untripped traps that we could trigger?
The ship doesn't really have
traps.
traps. I mean, the ship really doesn't even have like a weapon system or anything like that. It's just a transport ship.
I thought the other one did.
it had like a containment.
It had a malfunctioning like cable monster.
It did have a creature that was keeping one of the areas secure, but it didn't have like traps or anything like that.
I think we should just go have a fight, but also I think it's really important for us to try to figure out a way to like safely free people from beacons. And
What
I'm
is the
really
purpose of fighting the thing?
XP.
well, like
Brilliant answer.
I think like so we're here to try to find the boar, right?
I think we need to get into containment, but I don't know that we need to fight those things. Like if we can just, because I think the middle room is like cut off.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we could probably just go get into the middle room and then come in there.
Access to the central chamber should be something I am able to complete within another hour or so of work. However, this ship has logs that mention containment, but none of those locations are currently aboard the ship. They are parts of the facility where the ship is docked.
I do feel like the glyph is not going to be on this ship.
Yeah.
I get that feeling as well, but
So maybe we should go and come back in an hour.
We
Like
have
we
to
could
leave
check.
the helm here, right?
well, I would need to stay here, right?
Oh no. The helm doesn't have like short range communication. It's communicating with the ship right now.
Yeah, but it's specifically designed to do that. You basically have to be in this room for it to interface with this thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
And basically what the helm is saying is what's in the hold within the thing you couldn't get to is a whole bunch of raw supplies, and it can open that door if you want. It's going to take it a little while, but the location, the destination for the 44 isn't located on the ship. It's located in the facility.
Where in the facility?
Yeah, where?
So it shows you kind of a map and kind of the same display screen where it showed you the Veracia. It shows you the stack, right? The sort of 7 U-shaped floors. And then it shows you a little path going out from that U-shaped floor to the dock. And then halfway between the facility and the dock, it shows you a little offshoot.
Yeah, that door we didn't go in.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we need to go in that door.
The only door we've ever skipped in the entire campaign.
I wonder if we'll be able to use improved knock on it.
Oh, I hope so.
Yeah. I don't think that the glyph is going to be in containment on this ship.
Yeah.
I agree.
But I do think we need to know where the mirror went.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. I also
Let's go check out that door.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, I was going to ask, did we just come to the ship just because, or did we actually have a goal?
We're just checking things out.
Hey, buddy.
The fighting.
Hi. Yeah, I was trying to remember what the actual, did we come here and then know it was here, or just we happened to stumble upon the ship and wanted to explore?
Yeah, that one.
I just want to let you know, JP, that we've replaced you with someone who can roll better.
I was going to ask, but I didn't want to. I was just going to watch the recording and hope that wasn't true.
You say replace, but then Griffle had all of your rolls, Drock.
I mean, truly, Claire threw off the balance of all rolls within the game. Gary rolled like 3 nat 1s in a row, which was great.
I rolled 4 nat 1s in a row.
I just want you to know, Drock, that I was your #1 fan. I supported you always. These guys were like, "Yeah, we're going to replace him," and I was like, "No, that's not cool. JP's our friend.
Okay. So
Yeah, that definitely happened.
yeah.
Anything that sounds to the contrary is actually my evil twin, who is Deaf Foxy.
Deaf Foxy.
Okay, but so Josh messaged that there was a total party kill, and I didn't believe him. But I come back and we're still in this room, and for a few seconds I was like, "Wait, really?"
Yeah, we're rolling new characters.
Say, suck up to Drock all you want, Griffle, but he and I have an unspeakable bond.
Oh, Jesus.
Which will be spoken at like
Constantly.
The first rule of unspeakable bond is always bring up unspeakable bond.
So, is there anything else that you want to ask of the ship before you leave? And then the second question is the group going to bypass the creatures that are here, the Veracia?
Yes, 100%.
Helm, given that you've seen our combat prowess, what do you estimate our chances are dealing with these crabs?
You know well enough to know the Helm doesn't really understand that sort of stuff.
Oh, I know that, huh?
Then why'd I ask?
I guess the Helm's answer would be,
I only have understanding from the assumption that the individuals fighting are immune to the dissolving capabilities of these creatures. I believe your flesh would prove to be a potential point of vulnerability.
What about if I had resist 10 when I'm at 0 hit points or lower?
I believe it is slower.
Perfect. Yeah, I think skip them. I mean,
I am totally fine skipping them.
If Claire's rolling well for Drock, I mean, might as well while she's here.
Look, Griffle is very much thirsting for more fight fisticuffs, but
we do have the City of Brass to go to later.
We do. We have so many other things to do. We're not wasting our time with this.
I will say that I think the most Drock thing that Claire has done the entire session was get to the beginning of like round 2 or whatever it was and be like, I had this plan. What the fuck is going on?
And then immediately get banished, and then the whole combat ends before I even get to use my get out of jail free card.
I think Drock is the only person that's been removed from play, and it's happened multiple times.
no, Griffle and I were one time, but we clawed our way back.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you close down the interface with the ship, deactivate kind of all the stuff, and fully turn off the ship back to being the way that it was when you guys first got here. Make your way back through the inner corridors and down the long hallway at the docks. Is anyone doing anything prior to going to the small door on the side, the small innocuous door that you passed?
Was there like a list of passcodes in the ship's computer?
Are those crab things like intelligent?
Don't know. The one that you fought didn't seem to be able to fear because it attempted to run from Tyserial.
Could we have it? Could we have the computer lock all the doors not in our path?
Sure.
Yeah, I'm thinking like I don't want them to be able to like fly the ship, for example.
Yeah, I mean you can lock down the ship. You have control of the ship from the bridge. So
yeah, I would say let's do that.
Lock up, power it down as you leave. Anything else before you get to the door?
No.
Why does that question make me so scared?
I cast magic circle. No, just
heading back through. There is this moment of like when you go back. Let's see. You make it all the way back to the facility, going down the path, and don't find the door.
Oh no.
What?
Can we use the thing to see through illusions?
Gem of
Oh
Seeing?
yeah, Gem of Seeing.
So you guys turn around, head back down the corridor. Holy shit. Okay, finally. So holding up the Gem of Illusions, looking through the Gem of Seeing, trying to look through the illusions. As you guys go down, there doesn't seem to be an illusion around it, but there is this sense of unimportance. As you guys are walking down, you guys can get this sensation of like talking about things that you've learned, this sort of sparking up a conversation amongst each other as you continue to walk and almost pass the door a second time. There's something around the door, some very subtle power that makes it just innocuous, like it's a nondescript thing. And you passed it going through, discussing all the stuff that you learned on the ship. And as you came back, it took a special force of will. It doesn't take any supernatural abilities, anything like that. It just takes the idea of, no, we actually have to focus on this and get here. Like anyone that wasn't trying to specifically get here would just see it as unimportant and move along.
Huh.
Yeah,
So
ritual that
we
does that.
inadvertently like
Succeeded.
reinforced that through our roleplay.
Yeah.
Because we were like, yeah, we're gonna walk past this door.
That was the goal. Part of the goal of when I was describing it is like, oh, there's this cool thing over here. Oh, and there's a small door. And then there's this other stuff that's going on. So I was having a lot of fun with that.
That's so funny.
So
But I would think we're normally the kind of party that's like, no, this tiny insignificant thing matters. Let's go to that instead of the big bombastic cool thing.
I think Gary's making fun of us for missing the alcove in the temple.
Hmm.
No, so 100%, this is me as a DM trying to get better at my craft and trying to learn from the alcove, right? To do something different with the door where it would kind of pass notice, where I feel like it was a success rather than a failure, because like the trying to do the alcove thing did not work. It was interesting the way it resolved, but it didn't work the way I intended. So once you guys can notice and be around it, I would say that you've got two people with psionic sensitivity, and one of many. It doesn't take any sort of check from you to realize that the effect that is sort of very subtly pushing you away from the door, it probably used to be far, far more powerful than this. Like it probably used to take a concerted effort in order to break through this. You would not have been able to know or remember the door at all if this had been sometime in the past. But over the years, over the centuries, over the millennia, it has degraded the energy on the door to the point where now it's only a sort of a mild, don't pay attention to this, a mild smoothing over of your perceptions to not pay attention to the door. The door is pretty small, but once the latch is opened, it expands and sort of contracts around to where you can see the door could easily open to, basically open and fill the entire corridor where you might be able to like fly the ship through the opening. But when it first opens up, it basically automatically, somehow sensing the size of the group, sizes itself to where that everyone could sort of comfortably walk in like a loose group into the doorway. The passageway goes down, goes forward and then goes down a little bit. And then you can see the edges of huge pieces of what would be like containment circles. And you can get the sense of like old death. There's blood markings on the wall that have long since faded. There is a sense of like desiccation here, of like there was a lot of stuff here in the past, and these little spindly alcoves and little tunnels that all lead off into the sides that seem like they're burrowing into the bedrock of this planet are empty, but sort of ominously empty. They look like open mouths than they look like caves. But as you continue to move forward, you can tell that the path that you're on feels relatively safe comparatively to everything else. This pathway seems like this is almost, not physically, but sort of mentally on like a raised catwalk above the carnage around you, above the dark energies that you can feel just at the edge of the passageway. And at the end, it leads to something beautiful. The end corridor is made of a strange and dizzying collection of symbols, languages, and materials. The walls and ceiling and all the edges leading away to sort of like spokes on a many sided wheel into the areas that have that feeling of bloodthirst and carnage around are these white stone and purple crystal walls covered in gold and silver sigils, writings. It's not revealing the area. Reveal tool? You and me, buddy. So this is what you guys see.
We're still on the shipment.
We're still on the ship map.
Alright. Well, imagine I gave a cool description and then revealed.
Oh, the purple
Ooh.
crystals, do they look like the same ones in the cave? These are the shard mines?
They do. But
Okay.
you get the impression that everything here feels very more it doesn't have the same sense of scale as the outside. And as you get into the central room, the hum from your helm lets you know that while outside the cave has millions of shard mine, the remains of millions of shard mines, the ceiling of this place, it's like the alcove. There's a single shard mine that was here.
Oh.
So you see this, and then up ahead of you, down below this, there is several floors of reinforced areas that are covered in glowing symbols and sigils. While the things that are written on the walls and the ceiling in that silver and golden script, a lot of those look like they're in supernal and primordial and languages that, even if the words aren't 100% familiar, or at least things that you are familiar with, the passage down below and the column of energy that basically ends at the catwalk that you're standing on, leading down, contains a glowing section of script that doesn't look like a lot of the languages that you're familiar with. You can see that in that big column and in several places on the floors going down, there are sections of Forerunner script, but you're used to seeing it in the purples and blues and blacks of the Forerunner sort of systems and things like that. And even the etchings that are marked that oftentimes don't have any coloration, that are just maybe marked in irons. It's the same color as the metal around it, as you saw when you investigated the voiceless talkers. This place has the sense of being alive, of it being functional and active. A Forerunner facility worked with thousands of different enchantments and a glowing column of energy extending from the ceiling above through the center of the chamber, down 6 floors and into the floor, and then spreading outward with thousands and thousands of words written on the floor, the walls, the ceiling. Every surface seems to have been inscribed and written upon. And on top of all of that writing, there is more glowing holographic writing written on top, different sigils of different sizes, some of them 10 or 12 feet tall, some of them so small you wouldn't really be able to see it with the naked eye. This entire area has so much magic contained in the same place that it seems an impossibility. And then 6 floors down, in the center of that column, in the middle of the room, in a center of a glowing circle of what seems to be pure white light, is a plain tablet of stone.
Oh.
This is what's all behind that tiny door.
Oh, fuck me. This is our boar, isn't it?
Yep.
So
We've gotten 2 tablets thus far, right?
yes,
Mhm.
Did they both say that they were like a meeting point? What was it? The one in the
The-
vault had something on it.
That it was like a like a place
A
for
neutral ground for something.
like a
Wooded
meeting.
neutral territory.
Yes.
Did the first glyph say that on the back?
No.
Okay.
It was the first one was also like tied to that the other stone, and if the two of them were brought together, they would like teleport to
Mhm.
their original locations, no matter what.
Yeah, it
So-
seems like they were given for safekeeping in both cases, or like as like a
Yeah.
diplomatic gift in a way.
So to give you guys kind of an idea, right, for perspective here, because I couldn't find a good way to represent this, I put Drock's character token kind of where you guys are. So you're coming into this from the side. And so the hallways and stuff that you're in look like this area here, right? Where there's stuff written on the floor and ceilings, and it's all in this white stone with gold and silver writing written everywhere in languages that you can recognize. But when you get to what is directly underneath that that dome of crystal, straight down from there is this strange looking sort of sci-fi facility that is floor level and down 6 floors. And in the center of that, at the very bottom, where this little glowing ring is, where it seems like it's the focal point of a ton of energy, is one of those little tablets.
Oh, cool! Let's go get it. And then
Does that beam of energy go all the way up to the top of the dome?
Yes.
What
I stick
kinds
my
of
finger in it.
what kind
So
of
you-
words do I recognize?
All kinds. Like this is like someone has taken every language imaginable and written something on the wall.
But I mean, like, what words are written? Is it like Dracula's here, or is it like danger?
They look like pieces of words that you'd recognize as being like parts of rituals, right? Where it's like
Okay.
it's not a whole sentence like Drock was here or something like that, but it is the important pieces and important syllables for ritual casting.
Okay.
Can I use Invoke Summer and stare at this column and ask Clotho what this is or what she knows of this place?
Is that what you want to do?
Yes, please.
So you're
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Never mind. No. I was gonna say she hadn't been here, but it was the helm that had...
So do you want to do that on the column of energy? Are you kind of like looking down at where the tablet is? Are you like what?
Yeah, the
Just to
lower portion of the column, I guess, and with the tablet in view, kind of like almost like if that's where we're standing, that bottom picture is kind of exactly where I would look at that whole section, kind of thing.
Okay. So, Claire, one of the things that Drock can do as the Summer Knight is his patron is the Summer Lady, is the least of the queens of Fairy, also known as the Queen Yet to Come, and he can draw her attention to himself, wrap himself in summer power, and allow his queen to look through his eyes to see certain things. So that's what he's doing. He's standing at the edge, looking down, letting the Queen Yet to Come to look into the interior of this. So you look, and something that I don't think has happened to Drock yet, through the Queen's eyes, this room looks the same as it looks to you. There isn't, as far as you can tell, any illusions. There's not sort of hidden meanings or pieces behind. There isn't a lot of baggage that the Queen Yet to Come is bringing with her into the vision, into the conversation. She looks at this place and she sees it for what it is. And you can see as she looks down into it, she focuses for a moment on the tablet on the floor and then goes from it to look at all the lines of energy, the ley lines going out from the room into the different sections. And then through her eyes, you see her segment the world into basically, or the facility down below, into two pieces. That column of energy focused on the tablet, and then it breaks apart the other rooms, the sides, into 45 individual rooms.
I've heard that number. Okay, so this is containment for the mirror.
Yep.
Oh, were there 45? I missed part of that. So
Oh yeah.
Yes.
So the ship that we were on transported prisoners, and one subclass of the prisoners that it brought here were 44 Myr, MYR. And those are like paragons of their species and have some kind of connection to their species history and lineage.
They're
And
all
the-
specifically different species. Like there's not more than one of each type.
Yeah, there's only one of each race. And the 45th, the ship never found, so it never turned off, is the Formian that we have on our ship.
Well, it found, but was like, oh, this is a false mirror, or like not, and like an incomplete mirror. And yeah, the Formian Myrmidon. Apparently, that's what a Myrmidon is.
Do you guys remember that the Formian had like a few things locked away in its mind that we like didn't totally understand?
Yeah.
Like as we were going through like its hallways and stuff, there were like a couple doors that were like pretty interesting, but it was like my queen made me like forget something. And like I know part of it was like it getting corrupted, but maybe the real queen like did something to make it protected from this.
Well, behind one of the doors was the dagger trying to stab the queen, right?
Yes, and that's what we kind of resolved was like saving the queen. But there was a whole thing that I feel like I missed a little part of, like maybe I had to get up in the middle of it, but where like Griffle went out onto a balcony and like floated into space.
She started
Remember?
floating into the 11 stars.
Yeah. And like we didn't really understand that part, right? We were just like, well, that's a weird thing. Maybe that had to do with this. Or yeah.
Does Clotho say anything about the room? If I ask, do you know what this place is? Does she offer any other information?
So she, you can kind of feel her shake her head and say, I don't know what this is. I've never seen anything like this. I think this was after me.
And in character, do we like? Does Drock know? Is the tablet at the bottom? Is that the boar that we're looking for?
It seems like it. I mean, the tablets have not been like one of them had a little bit of hiding around it, but they've been relatively easy to spot, and that is what this one looks like. It looks like the other tablets you found.
And it would be like radiating primal energy, right?
Yeah, and that's what I want to ask. I want to ask, like, does it seem like the tablet is connected to the room, or the room is drawing power from the tablet?
It looks like the room is, it is plugged into the entire room. And the queen basically says she doesn't, this isn't her thing. She doesn't know how any of this works. And there is a certain amount of fear is not quite the way, uncomfort. She's really uncomfortable that this is something completely new to her.
Okay. Yeah, my worry is if we unplug it, if there's a whole bunch of things imprisoned here and they're released because we unplug the tablet, that'd be bad.
Good.
Good. They're prisoners from the adversary captured.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I missed all that, so just clarifying. Okay, cool.
Yeah, no worries. Does it look like the prisons are sealed in some way? Like if we wanted to, could we just like walk up to one of the doors and open it?
Yeah, so it's 5, below you there are 5 floors. So you're on the 6th floor. There's 5 floors going down, and each floor is broken into basically a triangle, and then each section of the triangle has 3 sections. So it's 5 floors of 9 pieces. And each one of those pieces has a really large, like, major warding symbol on it. So, like, this symbol here, that's not easy to see. Hang on. So like this would be the beginning of one of the cells, and this is another cell, and this is another cell. Right. So each of the cells has like a heavy duty big ward on the outside of each one.
Okay.
And it looks like they're slightly delineated, just sorted on the floor. So there's a set of 3, a break, a set of 3, a break, a set of 3, and then you go down the next floor.
But can
Yeah.
we like, because of the wards, like we can't just like open them or?
You're not entirely sure. You'd have to
Okay.
kind of go down to the next level, but do you want to just walk up and see if something works? Like you can go straight up to it, and there's just a giant glowing room with a wall in front of you, and you can see sort of the outlines of maybe where there would be an interior wall inside of this wall, but there isn't like a door or a window or anything obvious that shows you that this is a room, other than you kind of know by context that there's a room behind this.
Oh, so it's like a cell with like an energy field. Yeah, we have gotten pretty good at opening doors lately. Can I go explore? Yeah, if nobody minds, I would go up to.
Real quick before you do, just
Glyph.
curiosity about the languages. So now that we know there's the 45 and these are the mirror, are the languages then corresponding to the 45? Like, is there 45 different languages and each one corresponds to one of the cells?
Up above, there's about 20 different languages represented. So the stone and then the silver and the golden writing that's at the top, there's about 20 languages. Down below, as far as you can tell, they'll look like there's hundreds of different languages.
Okay. Sorry, go ahead, one. I was just curious about that.
Yeah, I would go up to one of the glyphs and very carefully examine it with my arcane senses.
So you can sense that there is a powerful warding here. Give me. Are you trained in engineering by chance?
No, I'm not.
Okay, so give me an Arcana check.
Okay. Why do I have the draw tool? Who knows?
So you extend your senses out to it. It does feel like a ward, but there is a sensation of like it used to be very full. The ward that you're standing in front of, it's like it used to have a bunch of complexity, it used to have a bunch of stuff there, but now it just feels like only the outer bit of containment remains. So this used to be, think of like imagine you were looking through like 60 layers of wards. You can sense that there were like 60 layers of wards here before. Now there's like 2 that are left. They've all slowly degraded or broken away, or they weren't maintained properly. And now the ward is relatively thin. You don't know exactly how you're supposed to open it, but you get the pretty strong impression that if you spent some time and energy on this, you're pretty certain you could pop this open.
Can I see anything on the other side? Like, can I see who's in there, or it's completely opaque?
It's a wall as far as you can tell. But if you
Okay.
go up and touch, and with the 35, sorry, I just picked one at random because it seems like that's what you're doing. So I'm reading my description for it.
The second closest one.
So when you extend your senses into this, you get these this like incredible aggressive feeling, like the sense of being like incredibly hungry and then being sated at the end of like a busy workday. Right? You've gone out, you've done a bunch of stuff, you've come home, and then you've been able to like sit down and enjoy a good meal. But that meal is like barely cooked. Like you didn't want to wait and wanted to eat it as raw as you could comfortably digest it. The wall gives you this sense of this sort of fierce primal loyalty, this sense of a pack and of the importance of the group and of the importance of the hunt.
Ooh. So this could be somebody from the third court.
We should see if disconnecting the tablet will just open all of these rather than try and do them one by one.
Yeah, I'm just worried it's going to trigger something bad, but I think you're right.
Is that a magic circle
At the bottom.
surrounding the tablet?
It is many, many layers of magic circle. Yes.
Get in there, Morin.
I don't
You
do
could-
magic circles.
You could fly.
I can also teleport, but I don't know that'll help. Can I tell? Is it an outward facing, an inward facing?
All the ones that are
Both?
in the bottom of the room are all inward facing. You can see that there are a bunch of outward facing ones that are around the sides of the room on the lowest floor, but all the ones in that central area are all inward facing.
Keeping the tablet contained. What does it take to dismantle a magic circle? Just like
Well,
Arcana, right?
making a magic circle takes years of study and hours of practice. Dismantling one takes a stick and a little bit of time.
Oh, can we just mar
Sounds
the
like a
writing?
job for Griffle.
Yeah, I mean, like breaking apart a magic circle that's not specifically designed to stop you is trivially easy. Like you just break whatever the thing is. Now, depending on what materials it's made out of,
Yeah, like if
it's
it's
more or less difficult to break. But that's just basically as hard as the physical material is to break.
and what are these made out of?
Indestructible steel.
So
Light.
the question that I have for you guys is: up until now, I've been assuming you're on floor 5. You're one floor down. Are you guys heading to the bottom floor to go and check the main part of it?
I'd like to, yes.
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 So when you make it to the bottom floor, you can tell that the circles are partially inscribed and partially glowing above the base plate on the ground. And so the floor, the big sort of central piece here that you see, is one solid object that all seems to be made of a single material, and then it has other things sort of put on top of it. That entire thing is maybe a 50-foot perfect circle of Titanic steel.
That's the element that Tantarus was famous for, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the ritual is inscribed on Titanic steel.
A lot of it seems to be glowing above. You're not entirely sure what breaking the kind of, they're like holographic, right? But there are some pieces of the ritual that seem like they are inscribed on the Titanic steel, which means it's going to be very difficult to break.
So cavalier before we get down here. Can I examine the ritual to see what entities the circle is designed for?
So looking around, all the ones that you can see on the base, well, I'm going to call it the base plate, the big plate of Titanic steel on the bottom. All the stuff you can see on the base plate doesn't seem to be normal, like magic circles, as in like the spell magic circle, like it holds or stops as a barrier, right? That's not what this is. These are circles that are magical, but they're like using formulas of different rituals for doing different things. Most of the ritual seems to be built on feeding energy to and pulling energy away from the center of the circle. So it's basically something that makes it easier to use. And the way that the circle is designed, it does look a lot like the top of the tower when you guys were at the temple. When you had that blank magic circle at the top of the temple where the matron and the nuclear shadows were.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of what this is formed after, right? It it has this thing can be used for a bunch of purposes, but all the things that are lit right now are pulling energy from the center or redirecting energy around the room that are pulling energy into the wards. However, you can see that that's all in the lights above. What's inscribed on the titanic steel below it is a little different. Everything that's transcribed on the titanic steel below looks like it's a gate ritual, something that would open a planar portal. So there's a very complex plane shift ritual built into the titanic steel floor.
Is this the thing that would have shunted it into its own pocket dimension, making it a forever prison?
I bet you're right.
Looking over it, that does seem to make sense. So looking around the edge of it, you can see it's got all that stuff. And then you can see that the wards around the edge are difficult to try to piece together. One, because a lot of the languages seem to change while you're looking at it. And two, the sort of level of power involved here is on a different scale from a lot of the stuff that you've seen before. You've not really seen active rituals that function on the tier that this is. If you guys want, you can look up what this thing is actually called. You'd be able to spend 30 minutes or so figuring this out. These rituals, what's on each of the door is the spell Imprisonment.
Great.
Level 28.
So there has to be a condition.
You must set one or more possible conditions that release the creature. But this is greatly weakened because it's been sitting here for 10,000 years.
You get the impression that the ward that you sensed that was sort of blocking off the physical room, you think that ward is hiding the where the imprisonment actually is. So you think behind the thing that's weakened is the ward, kind of the extra layer of security around the ward. You're thinking if you punch through that, you'd be able to see the imprisonment itself.
I see. Okay.
With the imprisonment ritual itself, would we be able to read and know what the condition is for its release?
Depends on how it was done, but probably not. That would be a lot of effort for something that would be relatively easy to remove. If it just said, like on the label, hey, speak this word, and he comes back out, might not be worth the small fortune to imprison the target.
So we should probably investigate one of the wards then, try and break it, try and get more information, because my worry is if we just pull the tablet and it's actually keeping a pocket dimension open or connected and that shuts down, we'd lose the prisoners. So investigating one of the wards first might make more sense.
Can we see which door is the 45th open door?
Yes. So one of the doors on the third level is blank. Like there's a compartment there that goes back about 20 feet, and it's a 20 feet by 20 feet box, basically a cell that is empty and has a lot of markings where it looks like kind of like if seeing something that's under construction, right? Where you don't think it has any, like the lines on the ground have any actual purpose. It's more just like this is where stuff will go, like a framing thing.
Mm-hmm. Can I see anything like notes about, like, is there anything like notes about the ritual or like the ritual kind of being like set up and ready to go that would give me any further context? Like I'm thinking if they had it like prepped, you know.
So you would be able, from inside of the room that doesn't have anything in it yet, you'd be able to see the interior of the secondary layer of containment. So that ward that you touched, where you had the sensations coming through the ward, you could see how that is built, because it's almost completely done before they would put the thing in here, seal it, and then be done. So with the information, again, spending maybe 20, 30 minutes of investigating, you're pretty certain you'd be able to figure out how to open the other doors.
Even with the ritual, or just the ward?
You'd open the doors, and inside of the doors is where the imprisonment is cast.
Okay. Is there anything about the imprisonment, though?
Nothing you can see. You can see a big spot in the middle of the room where something would go, but it's empty.
Gotcha.
Okay. Hypothetically, if we could bring our Formian buddy here, do we think that he would have an insight into what's going on? Like, the ship tried to capture him. Surely, like, we could help him remember, and we might get some details about, like, I'm grasping at straws here because I don't know what else to do.
Yeah, I'd be afraid to like physically bring him to this place, knowing that he's potentially like the last, you know.
Yeah.
But I do think talking to him could be a good idea.
Is there an indication on the planar portal ritual of what would trigger it?
So yes, and I'd say you could tell that basically on the floor there's a bunch of slots that line up to where the cells are. You get the impression that when the circle is complete, when the final slot goes into place, that the ritual would activate.
Okay. So us removing the glyph probably wouldn't trigger the planar portal ritual.
Unless there was some sort of failsafe, no.
Is there
That's not ominous.
can I talk to I can talk to people on the ship, right? I can talk to Plucky from here.
So you reach out, and no. From inside of this warded area, it's like nothing exists outside of this tiny area.
Okay, but I could from the catwalk, right?
You basically could from the entryway to here. So like the tunnels where like all the sacrifices and stuff happened. You could see it from there, but not in here.
Can I walk back there and engage a conversation with the crew? Get them to put the Formian on the horn?
So you can do that, and as the group kind of figures out, all right, this is what we're going to do, starts to make their way up the catwalk. This sort of, hey, we need to maybe not bring the Formian here, but we need to bring the Formian into the conversation. As you're heading up, one of many, you can see across the way and up a couple of floors from where you are, that rune that you touched and you worked with, it's starting to writhe and move and change. You see little flickering red lights start to spark, like something is trying to break through. You see that the area around it is looking dark, and the kind of bluish green area around it is starting to darken and redden. As you guys look and see this, the glyph starting to act strangely, you hear something at the edge of your perception, a deep and hungry howling, things that are hunting, that want to eat, things that are coming. And that's where we'll stop session for today.
Ooh, I want to break free.
Does that mean Merc's on the way?
Sounds like it.
We didn't summon him.
You don't
so
think
he can't
it's
get
the,
mad, right?
the other things?
What? The
The
wild
crab
hunt?
crabs?
Well, they don't howl.
I mean, Do we have any reason to think that just because these creatures are all near, that they would be like friendly to us?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
That's what I'm
why don't
afraid
you
of.
have to be friends?
I think we should open the dragon first.
Yeah. So wait, sorry, could you clarify that, Gary? The sounds, like the feelings, were coming from inside of the room?
Yeah. So the one room that you touched, that you kind of extend your senses to and got some information from, after being here for about 30 minutes, and this, roughly the end of session, you get the impression that something from it is reacting to being touched.
Yeah.
And is the sense of this sort of strange red light, this unearthly howling, and the feeling of the hunt coming this way, of a pack on the move.
From within or from outside?
You don't know.
Okay.
Here comes Merc.
Well, you guys still have the stone if you wanted Merc to be here.
It said that they tried to capture him, right? As part of the ship's logs, they tried to capture Merc, and they couldn't, and then they got scared.
Well,
Or that he came and he scared them away.
Yeah, he came and did something, and they did something that they don't know what it did, but they think it either killed or deterred the Slayer for some time. And you guys, when you walked through the ship, saw that thing where there was some sort of, burned out corridor that you went through. And according to the ship's logs, in that corridor, there was something that happened to Merc that pushed him away. The logs say that, like, killed him or pushed him away, but you guys as players and characters know that he wasn't killed by whatever happened there.
But when we met him, he was in like a pocket dimension, right?
He was.
And I guess, and we knew, and he was locked away in that pocket dimension. Like he could not get out on his own, right? Like we sort of
That's
freed
right.
him.
Was he trapped / imprisoned there? I thought it was more that he was in his realm, like waiting to hear that he was needed, but they had closed off communication, so he didn't know that he was needed outside.
He was imprisoned. And in his imprisonment, there was a condition for him to be released. A condition he was waiting for that you guys were able to fulfill.
Can we know what that condition was?
Well, the condition was that someone had to go and open the threefold vault from the inside, that needed help from the threefold vault. But that place had been sealed away. It was on another plane that was hard to access. There were layers of things stopping you from doing the thing to end the imprisonment. But eventually someone made it.
So for each of these 44 doors, we will have to travel the multiverse.
Oh my god, this is our new MacGuffin, isn't it? First, it's like, no, all you have to do is free the Queens of Summer, and then like, oh no, you have to free the Queens of Winter and as well, because it's all the courts. You need all the courts.
And you have
now
to bring
it's
back
like
the gods and primordials.
Yeah.
I feel like we heard the number 45 before. Like, didn't we hear something that was like, there's like the 13 gods and then the 45 who serve them or something?
Riddle? Was it the Sphinx's
Yeah.
riddle?
Yeah, it was.
Where
Remember,
is that?
it was the one that was like not translated, and we had to ask her, or it was like rubbed out. We knew the number, and we had to ask her, like, what did the riddle say? And it was
And
like,
she couldn't tell us.
But we did eventually get the wording.
We did.
And it
No,
was
we
like,
got a forbiddenced version of the wording.
well, that might be true. Wait,
Hang on, it's in here somewhere. I just need to find it.
Gary laughing.
I know.
Because another nerd moment.
Because I remember thinking like 45 is not divisible by any of the important numbers that we know.
45
Okay.
is, however, the number of Gary's favorite president.
Oh yeah. Totally.
Damn.
No, I mean, me laughing is 100% of I really enjoy putting this world together and hearing you guys sound like you're having
Okay,
fun.
I found it. Okay, so the Sphinx.
Shut up, Gary.
No. Hold up. We got it wrong. The Sphinx Lantern riddle. The answer was 78, not 45.
Yeah, but
78 minus 45 is 33, which divided by 11 is 3, the number of the Trinity. Sorry, guys. I was raised in an evangelical household. I have numerology down pat.
okay, what I have written down, there's something where it's like, because we asked her about the second riddle, she said it relates
I'll
to
put it in.
the ones that were and those that served.
I'll put it in general. This is what we got from the riddle. Oh,
Okay.
it's accidentally underlined them because of the spacing. Hang on, let me fix that. Oop. Let me try fix that again. So the ones in, so the all in brackets because it's like a loose translation. What we got was like, yeah. There we go. So ear, aware, body, fear, nameless, to eat, to perceive, return, form, formless, return, recursive, exit, conflict, light, weapon. And the answer was 78. I don't think this has anything to do with. I mean, I think it's loosely related in the same way that everything in this universe is somehow loosely related, but I don't think it's specifically related.
Man, I swear that we heard 45 as an important number, though, before this. Well, I'll look through stuff.
We know the answer to the forbidden riddle is 78.
So I wanna say something real quick here because this is this is going to be important. If you guys are still here, you're at the end of the session. I've talked a little bit, I think, to everyone individually, but as a group, just letting you guys kind of go. Like at the end of this arc, the idea is for the page to be turned towards you guys having enough of the pieces of the puzzle to start making big actions and what's going on. So if you're looking through notes and things about weird stuff that you found, when you guys do finish this arc, you're going to be able to get a lot more sort of objective answers than you have earlier in the campaign. So when you start looking at these things of like, oh, there's this forbidden ritual that had this stuff and it was broken. How does this stuff work? And what is important in this? Is going to be stuff that is not going to be wasted effort, because when you get to the end of the arc, there's going to be a way to get a lot more objective answers of things.
Is it because we're going to meet Mother and she's going to actually be able to tell us things?
The short version is yes. Like you've up until this point, everyone that you've encountered either hasn't had a reason to tell you things that are sort of big deal, overarching stuff, or they've had a reason to keep it secret from you, or they've not had a reason to keep it secret from you and wanted to tell you, but they've had a perspective that's either very alien, so it's kind of hard to translate, or has a bunch of baggage, like Clotho, who does have a lot of power and does have a lot of knowledge, but you kind of have to translate it through like late teens party girl. Mother is going to be different. So the queen that is, she is the archetypical ruler. So she is the epitome of what the queen is supposed to be, the queen of hearth and home. So when you guys get to her, she will be indebted to you, and she has enough power to find stuff out to be able to answer big questions in a more objective way, and she has enough ability to basically translate it into mortal. So you'll be able to ask her more direct questions and get less cryptic answers because she'll, unless she has a reason to not tell you, which I don't know what questions you're going to ask, so maybe she will. But for the most part, you're going to be able to get a lot more clear, objective, what is actually happening in the world answers from Mother. So just keep that in mind.
So what you're saying is we need to come up with our questions.
Well, I'm just saying, like, if you're already digging through notes looking at these things, it might be worthwhile to be like, hey, I'll bookmark this, or I'll earmark this, or I'll write a question down.
Do we, so guys, collectively, sorry, I know this is, Gary, this is going to be like kind of shit for you if we don't use it, but could you make us a conversation channel for like, not for the Queen, but for anticipation of like, can we just like have a place where we can discuss what questions we want to ask and then compile like a list so that we at least know like the things, because I feel like otherwise we're going to like spend a bunch of time being like, what else can we ask her about, you know?
Yeah, and this is sort of me, being like, hey, this is going to be a thing. This is going to be a thing that your characters will probably think about quite a bit, right? Because you've got downtime. You've got downtime even from here to the last spot, right? To the last locale. So, there will be plenty of in-game and out-of-game time, hopefully, for you to at least try to get some of the bigger questions. And I talked at bare minimum to Kylie about this a little bit, but I know a lot of times there's like, oh, we can't really get a set of questions because like maybe an early answer is going to change a whole bunch more questions. I don't mind, for the purposes of making this feel like a turn in the campaign, giving a little bit of extra information that you will get from the queens that would kind of give you later questions, right? So it's like, oh, if we had this answer, when we get that answer from her, it's gonna spawn a bunch more questions. I don't mind giving the early answers in that sort of brainstorming channel so that you guys have time to think about the later answers as well.
Yeah, cool.
Very cool.
All right. If I don't if I don't leave, I'm gonna get really sick. Because I've been sitting in the edge of my chair trying not to throw up for like an hour now.
Aww.
Oh no.
I'm sorry, man.
It's fine. It's just the blood thinners and my stomach are just not friends. They do not get along. This medication is killing me. I hate it so much.
Well, thank you for running session. This was very fun.
Yeah.
Makes me feel better.
Thanks for playing Drock, Claire.
She's
She
already
left.
Oh,
Without announcement.
Yeah.
She sent me a message saying that she was pleasantly overwhelmed with playing at the high level, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna have to ask her really what she means by that later. But I assume it means that's like, because she's never played 4th edition past like level 2 or 3, jumping in at level 15 is a lot. So I hope that it was like, oh, that was crazy, but I think how it might have been fun.
Yeah, it's a lot. It is, yeah.
She played Drock faithfully, I think.
Yeah, she did really well.
She did a great job.
Alrighty, well, thank you again, and I'll see you guys next time.
Yeah, catch you later.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye.